Глупост ли ме нарече току-що? Така ли да го разбирам? Върнах се. Ето ме. Ето ме. Ура! Разбира се, камерата пак е сдала багажа, в кавички. Ето, цветове, ей! Здравейте отново. Втори опит за вторник ли сме днес? Вторник сме. Вторничен стрим. Така. И вторият опит ще бъде с диско Elysium. И с вас. Пък каквото стане от тук нататък. Нивке, One. Анитка. Пак почна по-навреме, отколкото преди няколко дни, когато нямаше проблеми. Нещо ме взимате за мезе, обаче ще ви излезе през носа това. Обещавам ви. Ще намеря начин как да ви излезе през носа. Още не съм се сетил как да стане, но ще се случи. Така. Има 6 минути до и половина. Тоест 6 минутки да се занимавам с нещо друго и да се правя, че не стримвам ли? В предварителните минути съм все още. Ясно каква била логиката. Защото е запушен. One. Вместо съпруга си намери настинка, така ли стана? Докато съм нямал интернет. Ради, не е така. Знаеш ли през какви перипетии минах, за да си сваря кафе на време за 2 часа и въпреки това се прецакаха нещата. Няма повече пък тогава. Каквото те вземе в крайна сметка. И аз съм вече на този принцип One, впрочем. Който се излъже. Нали? На етапа съм, ако някой има желание да ме взима. Така. Стига съм ви говорил глупости. Диско Elysium, ден 4. Е това, което е на дневен ред. Понякога някой не го взимат. Някой? В смисъл? Чакай, разбрахте. Нивке, може би пък е за добро. Знае ли човек? Остава ти време за други глупости в живота. Искрено и лично ли си пуснала? Може би. Кой знае? Да очакваме ли DBZ геймплей от мен? По-скоро не съм много надъхан за тая игричка. Но затова пък, защо не от теб, Ради, ако си ентусиаст на темата? В момента на екрана е Меглена Ангелова. Дори не знам коя е тази дама. Предполагам, че е водещата на съответното предаване. Много съм гол и бос в българска телевизия. Сигурен съм, че знам, примерно, озвучителите на детските от Дисни по едно време, от онова време и никой повече. Водещата на Искрено и лично. Вие сте много запознати, бе, чат. Това явно е попадало във вашите телевизионни навици. Даже си имала родина, участваш като специалист в един епизод. Уоу! Като какъв? И защо роднина, а не ти? Така... Довърших си с нощи някакви съвсем дребни неща, но като цяло вече беше станало 2 през нощта, което в in-game terms значи, че нищо не можеш да правиш. Малко те уковава в някакъв момент. Можеш да си довършиш някакви странични неща, но обикновено никой от NPC-тата не е будно, за да ти отговаря на въпросите или на разследващите занимания, така че се наложи да адванс на времето напред с следващата сутрин и да видим ден четвърти, какво ни вещае. Това, което успях да направя, беше да завърша всичките сайд квестчета в църквата / дискотека и да им докарам супер яката техно музика. Като впрочем се оказа, че онзи репетитивен бит, който ни набиваше главичките с нощи, еволюира в много такава интересна и готина песен, веднъж като напреднеш с квеста, но такъв ви бил късмета. Вие слушахте тъпата версия, аз слушах готината. Имаше предаване, в което Каролев е участвал, Море от любов, в един култов епизод, който съм сигурен, че Дидо предпочита да не си спомня често. Нищо не ти говорят тези предавания. Нивке, аз нямам телевизор от 12-13 годишен, така че сме на едно и също дередже. Нивке, този епизод е много апокрифен, но историята помни. Не съм сигурен, че ще е много колегиално да ти го издирвам и да ти го показвам. Те почнаха като си била в основното. Беше малко човече. Камерите не са ти любимата компания. Да, както всеки недоволен господин в българския Twitch е установявал, наистина не я обичаш камерата. Но затова пък Инчето държи шампионата по най-абсурдна реплика на зрител, който я моли да си пусне камерата, така че малки сме още спрямо нея. Нищо не сме видяли от този живот. Това впрочем е колата на главния герой. Ако се чуете каква е тази разбита машинария наполовина в леда. Какво за Инчето? Ами помоли някой път да ти разкаже как са я молили да си пусне камера. Рядка проява на английски му викат thirsty диалог е било. Какво му е казал? По-точно той какво на нея каза, не искам да й отнемам, как да го кажа, удоволствието от разказа. Така че помоля просто някой път тя да ти... Overword and a Cell. Да, всичките всъщност квестове, които са значителни в момента, се развиват на основния остров. Освен ето този, само че не знам дали пияниците са... Вие ако бяхте пияница, ама класическа пияница, щяхте ли вече да сте на череща в 7:30 сутринта? Я да видим. Бедната. Не, то беше смешно. В смисъл, мисля, че Инчето го помни най-вече като един от най-абсурдните диалози, които е провеждала на стрим. Кажеш някой му тръгне се му казва, че е малка, ама той ми каза кой е бил. Да, тук не съм сигурен дали контекста се е получил повече от смешната страна или от гнусната страна на нещата, но се надявам да е първото. Един класически пияница никога не изтрезнява. Ама ги няма плейнот, няма ги пияниците. Няма ги. Не са там в Калищака, където ги намерих първия ден. Или втория ден. Или всъщност третия ден. Както и да е, не са там. Че са под 23. Нали, Марто? Ох, какво беше уравнението, бе? Бастор го беше казал веднъж. Твоите години разделени на 2 плюс 7 май беше, ама не съм много сигурен. И всичко под тая граница е неприемливо, всичко над нея е окей. Мисля, че това беше уравнението. Така че сметнете си откъде би трябвало да започнете своя любовен живот. Теоретично моя трябва да започне с 22, И нагоре. На мен 22 ми е много малка, поне така си мисля. Но...
Everything's still cool here, officer.
Sure. Oh, hello. Who the fuck are you?
That's one brutal motor carriage.
Says the young man with piss faggot written on his back. Сериозно ли?
If I were a real skull right now, I'd jack it, paint it in palm tree livery, then bottom light it neon style.
His companion wears a simple yet elegant slogan. Fuck the world. Не, просто ако е проблем. Под 16 или дори под 18, колко ще трябва? Трябва да изглежда, че да мислиш за 23. Ти на този принцип ли си, Анитке? Да е важно на колко е симпатягата, важното е да изглежда на 23. Представете ли си 40 годишен с 27 годишен, не е ли такъв горе в случая с френския президент? Айде не е 40 към 27, ама малко по-нагоре по същата скала. Познаваш 40 годишен с 22 годишен, god damn!
Snazzy shit ripped skull mobile like this would make a fine trophy. We could like hang fucking shrunken heads from the side mirrors. Cops heads, scary tribal shit.
40 годишните са най-секси трекще. Вече знам коя ти е любимата категория образователни филми. Не знам какво ще правя с тази информация, но поне е кристално и чисто ясно.
Yeah, tribal shit. A cop carriage like this would have proper skull value.
Dudes were like right there. Смисъл.
But I appreciate the interest you take in my brutal motor carriage. I have to stop you right there. The RCM takes threats directed at its property seriously.
It's just theoretical work, Copper. No basis in reality. Man, if we were certified skulls right now...
Certified skulls. Now there's a strong organizational title. Who the fuck
I
are
can
you?
tell you who we're not, cop. We're not snitches or skulls.
Интересно, защо това е цензурираната дума?
Which is not to say that the skulls are bitches and... On the contrary.
The part of the presentation you want to take home with you, cop man, is we're not part of the skulls. Yet.
Грешно място. Привет, Мишо. Ценител си ти явно. Okay then, let's indulge in some intellectual exchange. These young men seem eager to share their beliefs. Who are the skulls? You don't know? What kind of a cop are you? It's not a question, don't get into it. Третата реплика не се връзва, впрочем. The Skulls are the most vicious gang of the Безсмъртние. His voice rings with excitement. Безсмъртние, or Безсмъртие, the Immortals, are West Revacholian crime syndicates. Руската мафия. Fuck yeah. Нали леко по леко и ти отиваш към тая категория? Ти си милвка от всякъде. Особено като се пуснеш с Деси акаунта. Някой май с нова фризура. Привет, аз сте Рохче. Да. Лъснах се специално за вас. Се повтаряше много. Повтаряше се много, Марто, но винаги беше цензурирана и ми е интересно защо точно тази дума. Дали тя, че е обидна, очевидно е обидна и нали от тежките не окей думи, но когато е в рамките на произведение, не би трябвало да е проблем. Лъскал си специално за вас. Даже смисъл за вас. Не само за вас. Смисъл за вас. The nastiest bunch of psychos ever, jacking carriages and getting into high-speed chases. Possessing an infinite amount of fuck-all swagger, infamous for their non-verbal modus operandi. Non-verbal? If a skull spots you, he will pull out his dagger and stab you without saying a word. The lieutenant's voice is as calm as usual. Това беше Марти. Здравей, Марти. Съжалявам, че съм без бота, Марти. Марти, не ме би, Марти. Не по лицето, не по лицето. Не по лицето, Марти. Така. As testament to the violence and death he's witnessed through the sight of the firearm. They usually occupy the burnt-out quarter in Jamrock, or you can find them loitering around their brightly painted, bottom-lighted vehicles. Oh, I can't wait to become a skull. Bottom lights are wretched, aggressive. Do you guys know Cindy the Skull? The young man's eyes glaze over as he marks in a voice filled with longing. Oh yeah, Cindy is a proper skull. Yeah, the other guy lights up too. A true artist of the future, like Varno van Eyck. By the way, if you see Cindy, give her our regards. He adds, returning from whatever void he was just visiting. For all their nihilistic posturing, these young men are not lacking in youthful idealism. The lieutenant on your left is unusually lenient towards them. Интересно. Това е баш arx акаунт. Бота е ламер и има само 5 месеца, така е, така е. Бота има интересна иконка. Това е дебелата иконка на Arx Life. Акаунта ли имаш предвид, Мишо? Да, я вижте каква е. За 2 години и половина. Диамант, че ли е това, Марти? Леле. I see you kids are into anodic dance music. Oh man, yeah, he exclaims and stops himself, processing the rest of your question. We're not fucking kids, man. Be wary of the abyss, his blonde friend adds ominously and points to his temple. Why? Probably because of how non-verbal their mode of operation is going to be, the lieutenant answers for the two rebels. It is a threat. Just wanted to talk about music, man. That's right, the young man says, looking unsure of himself. You should back off and let silence rule supreme. This is ridiculous. The lieutenant gives you an irritated glance. Boys, do you know why the gang is called skulls? Yeah, the skull symbolizes the embrace of death and nothingness that is present in all of us, the vehicle of our future operations, death and nothingness. They are called skulls because when you're shot dead in the middle of the street, the skull is the only part the stray dogs won't eat. Just trust me and follow my lead. Ни подсказва нашето усещане за полицейщина. So boys, you wanna feed the dogs? No reply. The blonde rebel scratches his chin, deliberately not focusing his gaze on anything. He looks very uncomfortable. The other one shuffles uncomfortably, nevertheless continuing to steal glances at the lieutenant's motor carriage. Why aren't there more skulls in Martinez? The Union does their share of policing in Martinez, at least where gangs are concerned. The lieutenant replies instead. That's why there isn't much organized crime around here. Don't you worry about that. We're gonna make up for the deficit. Yeah, we are. Ох, какви са те суполанковци. Как се надъхват един друг, че ще станат гангстери. Напомнят ми на всички, които играят GTA в момента. Играта изглежда яка. Готина е, Александър, да. Ако имаш търпение за четене на много и концентриран диалог, разследване на убийства и такива неща, мисля, че си заслужава на 100%. Ето и Анитка, като един бъдещ гангстер, влиза в езика на улицата. Thug life. Нали, Анитки? Your rhetoric is confusing. Are you part of the skulls or not? We're not franchise skulls. Well, not yet. Once we get the name out there, we'll have a chance to join them. What makes you think that the organization would accept you? Because we can be just as psycho and vicious, you'll see. But in a non-threatening and definitely legal way, the other one quickly adds and whispers something to his friend. We'll fuck the system from the inside later. Just be cool now. The damage will be tenfold. You're the thuggiest of us all, абсолютно. Няма по-гангстер от тебе. Enough about this scullery then. Uh-huh, says Piss Faggot, and throws a longing glance at the Kanima. Do you know anything about the murder that took place? Murder? A man was hanged in the backyard of the Whirling in Rags. Yeah, sure, we'll gladly tell you everything we know about it. He clears his throat. It was a man. Also, he was hanged. Don't fuck around. I'm the law, bitches. He was hanged from a tree. Yeah, I mean, duh. These punks don't know anything. Let's just move along. Hey, stop right there. How does one know anything? Ah, this sounds like epistemology, a field so occupied by thought that it begins to question thought itself. However, there is no way these young men could possibly be aware of her work. I know that you don't know shit. Exactly! How can one know shit? For example, how can one be sure that there truly is a body hanging behind the hostel? What if it's art or a mere specter? Maybe it's true. The hanged man is merely a prop in a performance. We are the audience, and the artist is hiding somewhere in the dark. That could be the case, yeah. A brilliant work of art. The lieutenant raises an eyebrow, but does not comment. Do you happen to know what happened to the victim's armor? No. His mouth makes a popping sound, but Cindy does. Don't tell him that, the other one cuts in too late. Skulls don't tattle, man. Cindy wouldn't. Знам къде е Cindy, ама сета е. Да, знам къде е. We have a lead on the gloves. Добре. What's with the jackets? What about them? Why does your jacket have piss faggot written on it? Well, first off, it's a statement and not necessarily something that characterizes me as a person, even though the statement has a character, and I do like piss. Това може би не е точно признанието, което трябваше да направи този пичак. Едно време един приятел казва, Кико беше много в гангстерията и се вакаше, трябваше да съм се родил черен, не мога! О, боже. Надявам се да е бил тинейджър. Максимум. Не по-голям от това. Also, you gotta admit it catches the eye. Това е така. And since the Grand Piper is slowly but steadily moving towards basing the economy on it, attention, it is imperative that the medium itself convey the message. Makes sense. What I mean by this is we're all piss faggots, and that the world is inherently meaningless. It seems that the young man has a certain expertise in at least one field, even if it's rather narrow. Okay, why does yours have "fuck the world" written? Like I said before, many men keep searching for the one, for the so-called true love, which is actually just obsession masquerading as kinship, the thrill of the chase, the hollowness that fills your chest cavity after catching it. I'm wondering if the poetics come with the jackets or are they derived from something else entirely? To catch a fish you need to hurl the lure many times, and even then it isn't certain that you'll get anything, If you blow up the lake, though, that is a terrible metaphor. You get more fish in a shorter time, and for time is of the essence and fleeting ever so quickly, one must think of a way to fuck the whole world and not get caught up in fucking some one. Because when one fucks everything, he fucks nothing. Е това е. Новият девиз на живота ми. And that to me feels glorious, sticking your dick into the void. Wow. Hate to admit it, but in a weird way he has a point. Is it a coincidence that here we have two badass jackets and two badass cops? Oh, ne. Oh, fuck. Hey, Kim. What do you think about their jackets? Leather jackets adorned with immature writing. The ideology they convey helps the boys justify poor choices in life and fashion. The lieutenant shrugs. I am not a fan. Why are you so patronizing when cool possibilities cross our path? The lieutenant looks confused. What are you implying? We should get these jackets. For what? What do people do with jackets? They wear them. The concept of getting dressed is familiar to me, but wearing a jacket like this isn't appropriate for an RCM officer. Unless he's deep undercover. But in theory, Kim, if we were to confiscate these jackets, which one would you wear? Neither. Come on, Kim, it's a mental exercise. Fine, if only to end this discussion. Theoretically, if I were a juvenile delinquent, if I were to already be down that path, I think piss faggot is the stronger of the two statements. That works, I'm more like fuck the world kind of guy. Seems about right, the lieutenant marks, especially considering your heroic exit attempts. That's an origin story for a dynamic duo, right there. ОМФГ. Има как да го вземем, не мога. Не, почва се. I need those jackets. Психопатчо. Очарователно.
That's one. Yeah. It's just theoretical.
I can tell you the part of the presentation you want to take home with you, cop man, is we're not part of the skulls. Yet.
Споко. Чека е супер висок, така че максимум 3 опита. Максимум 3 опита. Максимум 3. Максимум. Обещавам. Що е само 4%? The fuck? Това пък как се случи? Demonstrated authority. Какво пребах в този диалог? Супер странно. А имейлите не се ползваха за работа. Имали ли сте никчета или имейли или каквито и да било прякори от тинейджерството ви, които ви засрамват до ден днешен, от типа на психопатчо като имейл?
I can tell you, which is not the part of the presentation you want to take home with you, cop man, is We're not part of the skulls. Yet.
Сигурен съм, че взимам абсолютно същите... Май пропуснах този разговор. Фак. Ето, това е била грешката. Така. Така. So close. 42%, please. Не, защо? Видеогейм. Ауч, да. Барто, това определено не можеш да го ползваш вече. Определено. В CS ти беше пехотинеца. Това дори не е най-лошото, което съм чул, така.
It's just theoretical.
I can tell you, which is the part of the presentation you want to take home with you, cop man, is we're not part of the skulls. Yet.
Така. Дълъг ден се очертава. A few hours later. Точно така. Ranger. Той беше от Starship Troopers. Колко по-готино от Starship Troopers.
I can tell you, the part of the presentation you want to take home with you, cop man, is we're not part of the skulls. Yet.
Колко може да е труден този чек за бога? Alleluia. No. Don't ask anything. Be subtle and scary. The boys dream about being skulls. Use that. Finally. Първата част ли? Да, разбира се, че първата част. Никой друг... Другите не са правени. Okay? Boys, with those jackets, you're gonna be the Skull Kings in no time. What? No! He quickly looks around. Skulls don't have kings, I think, and we're not even in yet. Yeah, man, keep your voice down. Skulls don't take it lightly when folks pretend to be them. We're not even prospects yet. Prospect must be hierarchical term. Probably in the lower end. Not even prospects and already aspiring to be kings? Wow, you boys are ambitious. The lieutenant's voice rings over the plaza. Only prospects and already planning a coup in the skulls. You are destined to go far. He gets it, passive-aggressive flattery. Shut the fuck up! The youth presses through his clenched teeth. There's panic in his eyes. Are you trying to get us killed? Now bring it to the jackets and yes, start shouting. Yeah, we want to be cool killer skulls too, like you guys, but we don't have skull jackets. Please be quiet. Not much is left of the nihilistic rebel at this point. The young man before you is scared out of his mind. What do you want, the jackets? Да го пусна ли? Не, още малко ще ги помъча. Skull King, make shrunken heads out of us. Fuck you, man, take them then. He looks around the plaza. People are noticing him now. Yeah, the jackets. Oh man. His shoulders slump under the weight of sadness. Okay, I get it. Skulls don't really wear slogans anyway, and this was stupid. Fuck. The other one sighs deeply. Така. Идеално. The lieutenant watches the boys take their jackets off with mild amusement. Kiam, since you said you're more of a piss faggot kind of guy, I'll take the other one. I am absolutely okay with not having either one, thank you. Why not? They're a pair. We could really raise hell. Go undercover. Hard. This case doesn't require us to go undercover or raise hell. In fact, I don't think the jackets will be useful at all. I just wanted them to not have them anymore. Cold-hearted cop! Still, it's good to know we have a pair, in case the need arises. The need will not arise. Pity, the jackets are meant to complete each other. If a man were standing alone on the street with a piss faggot written on his back, it'd just be an individual that has taken a liking to urine. And fuck the world all on its own is frankly generic. The dark-haired young man just stands there defeated. I don't know, Eric, it's cold out, he finally says to his friend. Yeah, let's get out of here, the cops fucked us. Идеално. Little bitches. Плюс едно драма, минус едно authority. Плюс едно half-light, минус едно rhetoric. Adorable. Така, имаме скил точица, така като гледам. И сме сложили на 9 всичко от интелект уменията, така че се връщаме обратно към моторикс. Въпросът е кое от тези ни кефи най-много. Като цяло мисля, че най-често съм извличал някакви бонуси от Reaction Speed, Composure и Perception. Ще взема Composure първо и евентуално след това ще взема Perception, после Reaction Speed. Hand to Eye и Interfacing също са добри, но някакси по-рядко имам чувството, че се случват чекове с тях. Инчето винаги да е пред теб. Какво да правиш? Цял живот така.
Yes?
Не ти бе.
Stuck in the rain in a traffic jam, man. What's on your mind?
Добре. Whirling in rags. Се опитаме ли да говорим с Синди първо? Може би е добра идея. Въпросът е дали е там толкова рано през деня. Ще имам чувството, че спазват някакви определени часови рамки NPC-тата. Някои от тях просто не са. по-рано през деня или по-късно през деня на някакви места. А, тук е бе. Quick save.
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural?
Piss packet and fuck the world send their best. I don't believe it. I've never known those boys to have manners. They seem to hold you in high esteem. They'll never be skulls, but... She softens. But their hearts are in the right place. Skulls are cool. Can I be a skull? Fat chance, but you can still do your part to revitalize the neighborhood. How's that? She throws you a conspiratorial glance, then presses her finger to her lips and squints up at the sky, as though straining to hear something in the distance. Have you noticed the quiet? Every so often you might hear a gunshot pierce the air somewhere in Jamrock, but in Martinez, no gunshots, no sirens. The people are languishing in boredom and complacency. This place is a sepulchre. We'll paint it red. We bring the raucous, you bring the sirens. Okay, enough with the bullshit. You have any idea what happened to the hanged man armor? What do I care about some fucking tin eggshells? Don't you want to know how I knew to ask you? Not particularly. Her eyes dart across the horizon. I want to keep this as brief as possible, you see? I want to return to painting the world red. Well, piss and fuck told me. Fine, I don't care about those wannabe skulls, and I don't care about your armor. She doesn't want to be surprised at anything you say. Isn't armor art? Alright, Piggy, I'll give you this one. I saw a little girl in the fishing village running around with military-grade handwear. Looked cute as hell. Could that girl have been Little Lily? It's not a bad place to start. Could have been her. Small kid with giant white armored hands. If you've seen one of them, you've seen them all. Желязна логика. Get you later, Cindy. See ya later, alligator. Добре. Само въпросът е да се върнем ли до там? Айде ще се върнем, защото тая малката ме притесняваш. Зависи дали е отгоре или отдолу. Стига да не е зад теб, инчето, всичко е наред. Вече ако е зад тебе, нещата стават сериозни. Миличкия бот ни казва да се обичаме, чат. Обичаме ли се? И аз поделете. Обичате ли се днес? И ако да, как точно се обичахте? Влезте в детайли. Абе, не бяха ли пияниците тук на калищака? А, ето ги бе. Hello. Вау, каква е тази обиколка, която правим? Зависи колко са кинки. Ето как си намерил ти половинка в живота. Here's your jacket, man. Fresh washed. My jacket? Yeah, the one you had me clean the seagull shit off of. A look of consternation crosses the man's face. He looks at you, then at his bottle, then back at you. The fuck are you talking about, tequila? What the fuck are you talking about? Rosemary, what the fuck is tequila talking about? Aye, that's the jacket you stole 2 weeks ago. From the kid who was making it with his gal on the beach. That's disgusting. I've never done anything like that in my life. You're both delusional. He scoffs. Fallen? That's medium concept stuff. It becomes abundantly clear to you that this man managed to lose his keys, business, friends, and girlfriend. Or how the man managed. I'm calling it, it's neurological. Your loss? I'm keeping it for myself. That shit is so medium concept I wouldn't touch it with a stick, but yeah, okay, I'm sure it looks great on you. It is an okay jacket, if you are into that look. Кимчо иска да си говорим за какво бе?
I've been meaning to have a little chat with you about your sense of style.
My sense of style? What about it? I am glad you finally started dressing up a little more like an officer of the RCM. Keep it up. Интересно доколко прави някакъв чек какви дрехи носиш във всеки конкретен момент. И по колко начина може да се развие този разговор изобщо. Say, why aren't you wearing a pig suit? Officers above the rank of sergeant are granted wide discretion when it comes to their uniforms. The idea is that civilians are more likely to open up to someone who's not dressed like a typical cop. You know the expression, the clothes make the man. The right outfit in the right situation can make all the difference in the world. Okay, you're a sharp-dressing man. I could be style buddies with you. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, detective. Anyways, we should probably get back to the case. Let's go. О, отрязаме. Не иска да сме style buddies. Що така, бе, Ким? А бяхме толкова близки. Hello, mister. I heard there was a girl who has armored gloves. Is that you? Ooh, she looks alarmed. I had gloves, very big ones, heavy too. Where did you get those gloves? Found them when Lambie and I were playing hide and seek in an empty house where no one lives. I think someone hid them there. Where are the gloves now? She pouts. I hid them. The twins were going to take them. They're stupid. Картач. You're not stupid. Привет. Благодаря ти за хорчето, човече. Как е игричката? Заглавието изглеждаше много в мой стил, но не можах да се отбия. Надявам се, че и утре ще го играеш. We are going to need those gloves. It is for important police business. Kim enunciates the last two words carefully. Oh, she doesn't seem to understand, but the Lieutenant's tone has conveyed to her the important part. They are in my sandcastle, she points somewhere outside. Behind our house, under the sand. You can break the castle, it's not very good. Interesting. Много по-добра от твоята. Това да не е мерене на пишки, бе, бай, Иване. Що за глупава реплика? Weather has not been kind to Lily's sand castle. The mighty towers are eroding away. Защо да е глупава, зададе въпрос. Но не на теб. И категорично не беше в тази посока въпрос. Casual troll stuff от бай Иван. Да, то ми е ясно, ама очаквах повече от него. Мислех, че сме се разбрали. Не ме разочаровай така. Заболя ме сърцето. You see something shining back from what must have been a vast underground catacomb network. Broken. At the little castle, the lieutenant smiles a little. The reigning lord must have come upon some really tough times. Нещо се... Тук са пообъркали тази дума, но се личи, че трябва да е tough times. To let it slip in such decrepitude. Найс! Намерихме ги все пак, ръкавиците. Congratulations, that's the gauntlets down then. We are doing good on the armor collection front. По принцип... плюс 2 интерфейсинг. Fuck yes. Това е, впрочем. Жестокото облекло. Кибернетични ръкавици и нагоре костюм. Леко бъгава, самотен дев проект, но симпатична. Много твой стил. Това е игра, в която котките са създани от друго измерение и знаят всички тайни на света. Тоест, както са котките по принцип. Картач. Cat Maze, Метроидвания, базирана на славянска митология. Това е интересно. Имаше... Наскоро ми попадна... Не е Метроидвания, т.е. няма да се върже на твоята концепция за месеца, но ми беше попаднала точно една славянска бролър, бих казал игричка, леко като Action RPG. Не знам доколко им се е получило, но се казваше Яга. И ако не греша, за известно време беше само в Apple Arcade, но би трябвало да е излязло и в Steam вече. Даже съм си мислил да й хвърля око, но още не съм се занимавал сериозно. Яга я хвалят доста сериозно ли? Аз имах някакви съмнения. В един момент ми изглеждаше много добре, в някакъв друг момент ми попадна малко странно превю от играта, но ще я погледна. Доколкото знам, е излязла вече и за компютри. Може и да греша, да. As you fold your fingers into a fist, you realize you could knock anyone out with one punch. The white ceramic gloves wrap around your digits comfortably. Your movements cause tiny little clicks, like dice rolling somewhere far away, as the plates reorient to your motions. I'll be responsible with this. This is just to protect me from harm, not to show off. The hardened vitreous enamel, at once sleek and light, adds a glow to your cheeks and a spring to your step. Just imagine what a full suit of this stuff could do for you. I want the full suit. Има слабости? What the fuck? Fight someone covered in the same material. Как пък ще се случи това? Сега, аз имам някакви части от бронята, впрочем. И имам чувство, че съм ги слагал поне поведнъж. Но пък до сега не са ми давали диалози с тях. Което е интересно. Conceptualization беше... чакай малко. Това ми дава риторика, сваля empathy. Риторика и сваля empathy. Добре. А другото даваше какво? Концептуализация и сваля suggestion. Conceptualization. Аха. Чудя се. Малко. Какво да направя в този случай? На мен нито емпатията, нито suggestion са ми каквито и да било фокуси, така че малко се тая. Това ми дава empathy, но аз не искам empathy, честно казано. Това от Composure ми се струва далеч по-добра оферта. Малко е странно обаче, наистина. Всичките са някакви нормални дрехи и накрая едни Cybernetic Gloves, такова. Робокоп. А не яга? Сериозно ли? Вау! Това може направо да цитираш cultural appropriation. Това е абсолютно неприемливо. И никой няма правото да ти казва такива неща. Няма под 2019-овски довод от това, че някой ти апроприейтва културата и ти казва как да произнасяш яга. Скандал. Добре, сега имаме поредица доста полицейски чекове и неща свързани с разследването, които да направим. Даже малко се чудя откъде да го подхвана. Дали ще е по оферта първо да отида до Аврард и да се опитам да го манипулирам, или да вляза рязко на Класие и Харди. Момчетата Харди. Ей, имах работа с колата, бе. Чакай. Поне това да го свърша. Айде първо ще отидем при Аврард. Отдавна не сме ходили в тая посока. (10 AM to 6 PM. Fuck! Done with the radio. Fuck that. Още не знаем къде ни е оръжието, впрочем, което не е много добро положение, но... Поне си намерихме значката. That car. Не я ли искаш? Де си? Абе, как се качва човек до там горе? Това така и не го разбра. Привет, огънче. Ако дойде на твой стрим и ти каже нещо такова като на картача. О, характер е обратния на моя. В какъв смисъл? Марто. Какъв е моя характер според теб? Как се качвам там горе, искам тези парички. Полицейската заплата не ми стига. Капа, не че взимам някаква заплата в тази игра. Си толкова възпитан и спокоен. Ще те науча, бе. Ще ти разкрия своите чилаксърски тайни. Мога да бъда звяр. Само в леглото, Кико. Само в леглото.
I need to be back to talk with old Leah here. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. It's like Lady Larisse said when she opened a bathhouse in the basement of my apartment building. They can only get so far before they're aching to get back. And a lot of folks really did keep coming back.
Нямаме повече работа с Easy Leo, така като гледам. Колко съм предвидлив. Или предвидим. По-скоро предвидим, си искал да ми кажеш. Not a fishing rod. What? Кое не е въдица? Кое е по-ASMR-ско според ваш чат? Тракането на пишещата машина или клавиатурата от вчера? Да е играл LA Noir. Да, не скоро, ама. Не сме играли на стрим.
Mr. Dubois, every worker.
Member of the board.
That's right, Mr. Dubois. I see the socialist democratic fervor now burns in your heart too. How can I help you today?
Отдавна не сме ходили при Everard, by the way. Remember the container I asked you about? Turns out there's a mega-rich light-bending guy inside. Mega-rich light-bending guy? Oh my god, how did he get in there? He's so rich he could get in anywhere. Damn it to hell, Harry, he slams his fist on the table. I specifically told my guys to check all the containers for mega-rich, line-bending guys. Nothing can stop an innovative mind. Honestly, Harry, we might be moving all kinds of suspicious things through this harbor, but I won't be caught transporting the light-bending mega-rich. Everett shakes his head. I have a reputation to protect. You should be honored by the presence of the Magus. He was of half Revacholian blood and amassed his wealth using mysterious bond of nationhood. Harry, it's beginning to dawn on me that you are a real fascist, a mega-fascist who imagines mega-rich light-bending fascists. I love it! Thank you for sharing this facet of yourself with me. He bursts out laughing. I shudder to think what you're gonna tell me next, Harry. Надявам се, че се притесняваш от това, което ще ти кажа след малко, да. Защото знам доста повече от това. I met Joyce, the company representative. Oh, that's very nice. I haven't gotten around to her yet. I'm a very, very busy man, you see. He adjusts a button on his sleeve. I hope you're getting along. One thing I want to make very clear, Harry, is that this is not the kind of union versus corporation situation. Everyone is just pals here. Just pals. We're all trying to do what's best for Martinez. His smile widens. Don't feel like you can't cooperate with her because you and I are such good friends, and I'm helping you find your lost gun. I'm not a jealous guy. Why haven't you let her in to see you? If she actually wants to see me, she will find a way. Any good negotiator would. And I just don't have anything to discuss with a bad negotiator. He doesn't want to see her. It's as simple as that. Hey, Thorny. We're in the middle of the investigation. We're closing in on the murder. I did tell Joyce that I met you. It is perfectly okay. Even if you told her everything we talked about, it's absolutely fine. You cannot but notice the prospect of you telling Joyce about your conversations is actually pleasing over it. It sounds like you want me to tell her about our conversations. No, Harry, I'm perfectly neutral and 100% for transparency. I know people say a lot of bad things about the Debradeurs Union, but we are actually, he squeaks his chair, squeaky clean. Yeah, he really doesn't seem to mind. Kim seems incredulous. What happened to the previous negotiator, Mr. Gaumont? What do you mean, Harry? The big man sounds annoyed. Nothing, I let him go. He made concessions for the company in previous negotiations. Why would you let an ally like that go? He's an old man, Harry. I wanted him to spend more time with his family. He looks down and sighs. God knows how long he's got left. You called him a midget. Harry, he exclaims, indignant. I have little people in my organization. I would never call someone a midget. What is this? Honestly, I'm beginning to think you're a midget, Harry. Abruptly, he smiles and changes his tone. I'm only kidding, Harry. You're not a midget. No one is. We're pals. Joyce said the previous union leader vanished under suspicious circumstances. Vanished? Harry, the woman left her casserole in the oven and couldn't make it here in time for the voting. Oh, did I leave my casserole on? Better go home and check. The election can wait. The man frowns disapprovingly. When she got back, the whole thing was over. Funny, Joyce didn't mention any casserole. Harry, 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 he flicks his fingers. Do not fixate on the little matter. Maybe it was rabbit stew, or a hairdryer, or an iron. The point is, her heart wasn't in it. Mine was. This particular brand of humor he has, it makes for a fine distraction. Everett, Joyce seems to think the union is lowballing her. Yes, lowballing, of course. He's suddenly very serious. This isn't a casino, Harry. Real people, real livelihoods are at stake here. But everything's a casino for those rich types. His expression makes it clear. This is childish and irresponsible behavior. Let's talk about something else. Turns out the strikers were being served an alcoholic brew. I stopped that madness. Така цитат 501. Хареса ми как един цитат извика другия, впрочем. Или не стана баш така. I don't know what that means, Harry, but I love it. I love your initiative. Knowing you're out there keeping things running lets me focus on the bigger picture stuff. Don't even tell me what was going on. Alcoholic brew, stronger, stopped it, strike. I'm just gonna let you surprise me, Harry. Я да ударя един сейф тук, преди да си говорим за по-тежки работи с това симпатияра. Вау. Какви размисли ми минават през главата на героя просто.
Mr. Dubois, every worker, member of the board. How can I help you today?
I met a girl named Acel who said she's working with you. Funny, the big man lets out a lazy yawn. That doesn't ring any bells, Harry. Funny, the lieutenant says, looking up from his notebook. She was trying to set up a narcotics operation in the old church up the coast. Oh, that a cell, he taps his temple. Yes, I do seem to remember sending a pretty young thing down there to liven up the place. Get some anodic music in there. Did you also tell her to start the amphetamine lab? Amphetamine lab? He seems taken aback. That sounds very immoral and debauched, frankly a health risk. But what do I know about kids these days? The music they listen, the drugs they do while they listen to the music. He shakes his head with a melancholy smile. It sounds to me like you are trying to start an amphetamine lab in the district, the lieutenant says with an uncharacteristic note of contempt in his voice. And you are using some delinquents you found God knows where to set it up and run it for you. Found God knows where? The big man exhales loudly. That Acel is the daughter of Miko the Kebab, a man who once killed a guy with a kebab. Впечатляващо. I think a daughter of a man who killed a man with a kebab can handle running a little nightclub, don't you? Miko the Kebab, really? Maybe it was Bogovir or Jakub? He stares off into the distance, seemingly trying to remember something. I think it might have been Conrad. Well, I shut the amphetamine production, but let them go on with the nightclub plan. A nightclub? He taps on his chin. Harry, I'm an old-fashioned guy. After work, I like to listen to some rock and roll music, and have a non-alcoholic lager. Nightclubs don't interest me. But here I am talking about myself when you have so much more important things going on. Tell me, Harry, how can I help you? I've just finished investigating the local drug trade. He adjusts his glasses. You got a lot of spirit clearing up the drug problem alongside the murder. I'll talk to the mayor and see if I can get you the key to the city, Harry. Now let's talk real business. Actually, Revachol does not have a mayor. He refuses to discuss it further. It's probably just a small nuisance to him. Вау, сериозно ли това е всичко, което мога да му кажа по въпроса? Аз се надях, че ще мога да го натисна. Смятай. I'm reconsidering opening the door you asked me to open. Perhaps it will help me somehow. Това беше това ли бе? Мех. По-скоро няма да му изпълнявам гнусната поръчка, която и да била тя. Ако мога, впрочем, но не съм сигурен, че ще мога.
Mr. Dubois, every worker, member of the board. How can I help you today?
Не, нямам някакъв начин да обърна дискусията в посока наркотрафикантството в града. Или не е сега момента да го натисна по този въпрос, или изобщо не е възможност, не мога да разбера. После бисквите на торта кветинки. Стига бе, хора! Вие поне можете да станете да отидете да ядете нещо, аз стримвам в момента. Което, както всички знаем, изключва възможността да ви мляща при лицата. Освен ако не си организирам social eating stream, както сте ме подкокоросвали от време на време. Добре, еми изглежда това е всичко с Everard, нали така? Защото това отишло в дън, доколкото разбирам. Не, че го виждам къде е. Йеп. Пак ли си гладен? Сега за нещо сладичко. Обядвал съм стандартен обяд. Ама вие заговорихте за тортички. Иначе пак ядох салата. Ще се таковам в здравословния тип. Да, и аз съм така астеровчен, не знам, не мога да го... Еле пък на камера цялото нещо. Иначе си е напълно човешко да ти догладне в някакъв момент, но... Абе, те хлопете още ли са тук? Yeah, you like art, Kuno? Fuck no, art shit. Got it. Art's shit. That's right, pig. He looks pleased. Shit. Ама фъга. Величествен диалог всеки път с това симпатия.
I'll die before I squeal, pig.
Тая също не иска да ми говори. Каква изненада. Той ще се обръща в посока, докато дъвче и има social eating. Няма ли това да обезмисли до голяма степен social eating-а, ако го направя? Не че нещо. Inspect the traps. Dead body. Това не се ли обадиха, бе? А, то беше от някакъв час нататък. Да. О, цеко.
Again, I can't believe this shit.
Yes? What is it?
Я, типа кой си?
Oh, sweetie, I don't even know how to thank you for finding my husband and helping him out. I hope we haven't been too much trouble for you.
I'm basically also a cryptozoologist now. I knew it. Well, in that case, sweetie, let me give you a small token of my gratitude. She hands you a ribbon tie held together by a silver bird skull. It's a tie, masking origin. The pin is antique, quite special to the cryptozoological community. Little silvery knob holding the tie together feels warm in your hand. It's in the shape of an avian skull, with 8 eyes. You never told me you've seen the Phasmid. Oh, you don't want to hear about some old woman's ramblings? Ramblings? Nonsense! Your description of the Phasmid is the most precise I've ever heard. But darling, I didn't even get the size of it right. You are a child, my dear. Really, it's extraordinary you were able to describe. Now go on, tell our friend about it. He's proven his interest in the field. Reflexively, the lieutenant readies his familiar notebook. Така, я да видим тези криптозоологски приключения. $5.5. Така. Чудо ми е дали ще успеем все пак да го намерим това животинче, за което става въпрос. Дали мога този чек да го искаш, Каваля? Я да видим. Дори не се не може да го искаш, Каваля. The Eight-Eyed Territorn. Jesus. Най-вероятно всички тези криптиди обаче ще съберат толкова много енциклопедични вметки, че ще забогатея и ще дигна поне един левел, което ми звучи като много добър план. Така. Мислиш ли, че днес ще свърши шигата? Не мога да кажа, преди че не съм я минавал. Евентуално Playnot да каже нещо по въпроса, но това се зависи до голяма степен и от мен, при положение, че чета някаква значителна част от диалозите все още на глас. Modern radar telemetry shows great promise. Ти да видиш. Imperial Eagle. The parascientific stuff. Не се знае кое е следващото заглавие, поне от мен. Ако завърши играта преди края на тази седмица, Боби ще ме замести с следобедни стримчета, така че ще погледнете малко следобеден Амалур. Аз за себе си, не съм решил все още. Всъщност не, излагах. Решил съм до някаква степен, но не искам да давам празни обещания, преди да съм проверил как стоят нещата. Неофициално е Outer Wilds. Така, и още един криптид. Чакайте, че нещо се зачетох и... Напомника за онази оферта. Сетих се за кое говориш. Да. Чао, картач, лека работа, човече. Така, мисля, че разпитах за абсолютно всичко, за което можех. Нали така? Малко си почивам, ради.
I couldn't possibly shower thanks on you as enthusiastically as my wife has, but I am grateful for your assistance, officer.
Did you know Gary was hiding the armor? Hell no, I had no idea. And I'm still cross with him, to be honest. It's not like him. He's got his quirks, but dishonesty or disloyalty are not one of them. Thanks. The man mutters in the distance. He doesn't dare say more. So I checked all the traps. Good. Okay, and? And one of them was empty. Completely empty. Yes, there was nothing in the trap. No locusts, no phasmid. No locusts, but no phasmid either. That is not ideal, but... The empty trap was the one at your campsite. Maybe this factors into it somehow. I definitely left that one stocked. Right from the campsite. The old woman's face lights up. It just means the Insulindian phasmid is even more clever than we thought. She is engaging in a well-known self-deception called motivated reasoning. You should correct them. Of course, the detective whispers to himself, more clever. Yes, the Phasmodea picked off the locusts and escaped. This is good news. Though we'll have to reconsider the design of the traps, make them more secure. Another trip to the reeds, sighs his companion. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. What a deft hunter, this phasmid. Of course, be sarcastic. He misinterprets your words. Unless you have an alternative hypothesis you'd like to venture, mine stands, okay? Actually, no. Excuse me for getting emotional. This is a big deal for us. You've helped us twice now, and brought some great news too. My gratitude, and the gratitude of the Société Cryptozoologique de Revachol, wow, is yours. Thank you. It is an honor. Kim says with a straight face, then turns to you. We should probably return to our main investigation here. This has been refreshing, but... Insulted morale? Нямам спомен да съм го направил нещо. Да съм направил нещо такова. Но поне имаме 97% шанс. Сега ако фейл на този чек, ще ми е много смешно. Излъгах, не ми беше смешно. Fuck that! Ебавате ли се смете? 97% шанс. Играта си го връща.
So nice to see you again.
Играта си ми го връща. Стига да е.
Oh, hello, sweetie. So nice to see you again.
Зарчетата днеска не ме слушат. Scripted. Ще ми се да беше. 97 шибани процента. Привет, Тъндърче.
I couldn't possibly shower thanks on you as enthusiastically as my wife has, but I am grateful for your assistance, officer.
Thank you. Consider the way the empty trap was disturbed, as though shaken. Most likely the hands of a young person. Hands small enough to fit inside the trap too. You should ask the red-headed boy, Kuno. I think a little hooligan may have stolen the locusts. A little hooligan? But what would a child want with bugs? A shadow of worry passes over the woman's face. Oh my dear Morel, you've been an old man for too long. Kids love to torment insects almost as much as they love to torment old folks. I'll talk to the little Ще говоря с малкия гремлин, не мога. Delinquents, my favorite. It does not sound like it's really his favorite. Let's play Suzerainty, but no more field trips for me. The crypto-fascist се казва той, не мога. After this is your last chance to talk to Gary. Имаме ли какво да си говорим с този Гари все още? Я да видим. By the way, записа на този voice актьор е много по-лош от, да не кажа всички, които съм виждал до момента. Не знам дали е станал някакъв бък или проблем с записа, обаче е странно лош направо. Не знам дали PlayNote го е забелязал или някой друг, който е играл играта, но все едно е записан през телефонна слушалка.
I mean, officers.
Не, явно сме говорили всичко с него. Не, че съжалявам, в смисъл. Доста ми е достатъчен разговора с него. Са от домашни условия, дори в студио. Има нещо такова, да, в смисъл. Не е неприятно, или поне не прекалено. В повечето случаи, но си личи. Сегис-тогис. И освен да качим Perception на този етап. Кой ще им даде пари? Криличката много го обича това. Кой ще ни даде пари? Така, имам ли някой, с който да си говоря? И мога ли да отворя тази врата с новия тул също така? Квалсунски. Не, не може. Shit. Поне се опитах. Communism intensifies. Величествен запис. Величествен. Този не му е чиста работата, by the way. Не мога да разбера какво се случва с него, но... Мисля първо да говоря с Класие, впрочем. Как да не го обичаш, жена с такава страст говореше в това интервю. Така е, така е. Кой ще ни даде пари?
I was just thinking, what a nice day for questions pertaining to a murder investigation.
Titus Hardy gave us a recording where the deceased states his intention to commit rape. She puts her coffee cup down, with a soft ring as the porcelain meets the metal table. Did he? A smile flits across her face. I never said he was a good man, or that he had good intentions. Only that he was never bad to me. She doesn't care. If anything, she sounds amused. On the tape, he specifically identifies you as the target. Where did you get this recording exactly? Where did they get this recording? It is intercepted radio chatter of the deceased, recorded via the encryption station. It is authentic enough. She arches her brow. Does he say he's gonna do it Soldier of the Apocalypse style? Those are the exact words he used. Yeah, that was practically his pickup line. She picks the cup back up. Did he say horrors a lot? Was he pretty much on the verge of doing it Elysium style? Elysium was mentioned. He wasn't actually there. He didn't do a tour, or at least didn't tell me he did. Would have been overkill anyway. He lived his own little Lishmin. It was in his everything. Then why say things like that? Machismo? Yeah, was he bragging? Oh no, I'm pretty sure he did all those things that integrated them into his idea of normalcy, to keep on living, until they just sort of turned into his... What's the word I'm looking for? Coping mechanism? Running joke. I was gonna say running joke, and it sounds like you didn't even get the good bits. Lately's punchlines got way funkier than that. He was like the Seminese conflict, the Lishmin massacre, and the 36 famine in Yesut all rolled into one person, then cast into Oreni's ceramic armor, which he wore in bed and in the shower. You like this kind of stuff? We're all scraping up any happiness we can find, officer. Going around with our little scouring sticks. You, your first love, Mr. Lishmin here. Did he tell you he had done any of those things here in Martinez, I mean? No, we were too busy laying waste our own nervous systems to direct any of the fury outward. He seemed happy, I guess, at ease, as much as a man like him could be. What kind of a man was he? Thank you for clearing that up, miss. Kim turns to you. Whenever you're ready, I am interested to hear what Titus Hardy has to say now. Could you tell us more about the victim? Like, for example, his name. Actually, officer, I didn't know his name. I just called him Lely. Nickname? I guess. He came from Lelystad. It's short for that. And it was his army name, apparently. He said his real name wasn't his. I tried to pry it out of him, but it was no use. Lelystad. That is a good start. The lieutenant writes it down in his notebook, then tears out a page and hands it to you. We have a few questions you can help us with. A few things a field autopsy alone can't answer. The young woman cranes her neck, trying to catch a glimpse of the page the lieutenant passed to you. On it is a list of autopsy observations, recorded neatly in blue ink. Привет, sniper. Everything left to be clarified is in the column on the left. Охо! Сега започнахме дебелия investigation. Я първо да започнем от това къде е Лелистад. Така. In Oranje, officer, it's a, I think, municipality, the term. A nowhere town there. Така. Oranje's map of waterways. You were almost right, officer. The lieutenant shakes his head like you just missed a shot in darts. That means his race was occidental, not mondial. I'll update the form. You are both from Oranje. Yeah, we were compatriots. Did that bring you together? No, he was too old for that, and from another part of Oranjerik. I didn't even understand his accent. What brought us together wasn't Oranje, it was bad habits. No love for Mother Oranje. Military man, but not a patriot. No, he left the National Service after they taught him to do what he did on Semenine. He wasn't the flag-waving kind. He was the making-money-killing-people kind. He was by no means a stupid man. She takes a long drag on her cigarette, then washes it down with coffee. Говорейки за кафе, ще си сипя чаша кафе, защото ще се съсипя от това четене. Кеф ме каква прозрачна каничка си имам, обаче. Тя е минт цвят, впрочем, такъв не съвсем зелен, но явно достатъчно зелен, за да го хване зеления екран. Уоу, извинявайте. A people's person, a small platoon leader, certainly not a patriot. Тичайте сега да пишкате. You don't seem like much of a patriot yourself. She hums. There's nothing on Mundi. The old world is dead, and we both knew it. Maybe Oranje did bring us together, in loathing. I love Revachol, though. She looks around, the wind in her hair. I hope she loves me too. How old was he, miss? He was 42. 42, are you sure? I would have had him about 50. He had many scars that made him appear older, but no. We even celebrated his birthday like some weeks ago. It was a funny 2 days. He had little reason to lie to me. Looks like you were right, officer. The lieutenant taps on his notebook once, as though assigning some kind of a point. Добре. Забавна малка размяна на реплики с кацурари. Малка каничка. На нея по-скоро проблема не е размера, а това, че не пази много топло. За съжаление. Или поне спрямо стандартите ми. Поставени от термоси и такива неща. Тая каничка, правиш си кафе и максимум до час е хубаво да си го изпил, защото затваря се, обаче не е много добра в това да запази топлото кафе. What was his eye color? Blue, light blue. They were like blue, little blue galaxies, you know? It was a strange seeing these eyes in his fucked up face. Pardon the swearing, she takes a drag. I do him injustice, he wasn't ugly. And he had a beautiful, soft voice. Very surprising, what with all the scarring. It was quite something watching him speak. He had a combat wound on his chin and mouth. Yes, severe. She seems to enjoy the word. It made him look like half his face was cracking away in some strange smile. That and those eyes. Oh yes, his hair, can you remember? It was light brown, almost blonde. He darkened it with brilliantine, made it oily. Not nice to stroke. I couldn't convince him to leave it alone. Interesting, I too have stroked his hair. Oily, isn't it? She says unfazed. We have that in common now. She understands what autopsies entail. It doesn't get her off balance. Kim, I said to put the brilliantine on the form. Do I get a point? No, he answers dryly. But I put it down there. Okay, sure, here you go. What else are we missing, officer? He had a tattoo. What did it mean? Oh, she smiles. That. Orany's map of the waterways. Sure, waterways. He was mostly for showing off to chicks, though. For showing off to chicks? How so? How? Imagine him lying in bed, freakish musculature laid out on the sheets, scarred, of course, tattooed. The sheets are dirty for some reason. Is this Orany's lit? Yes, this is the very essence of Orany's lit, a moment's respite, dark and hopeless as the struggle itself. She leans even further back to demonstrate. He's smoking and drinking, of course, and his chest and shoulders and arms are studded with stars, tens, hundreds of them, maybe even thousands. And the woman goes like... She points at the air with her sharp-nailed finger, picking out an imaginary tattoo star. What was this, baby? And he says, she lowers her voice comically, that was too hardcore, don't ask me about that. So she goes, okay, but what's this, baby? And he's like, saw some bad shit there, killed some loincloths. And so it goes, star after star, port after port, third world country after third world country. And he's done horrible things in every single one of them. I guess you were the woman in this. Oh yeah. Can you tell us precisely what these mean? Показва ми фотографията. No, thank you. I've seen enough of him dead. I can tell you what they meant without looking at them. He was a blue-eyed boy with thick arms, from a small town. He was also poor, and the government of Oranje needed some people killed, so they turned him into a grotesque killer for money. He went to Killer Academy in Vredefort. Then he killed some people on the Semenine Islands, and on other islands too, all of the islands. After that he came to Revachol and got killed himself. Thanks for clearing that up. She looks over her shoulder to the sea, then back at you, smiling faintly. Change of topics, perhaps? Could it be love that did him in? It very well could be, yes. What do you mean? What do I mean? She raises an eyebrow. I've no idea. I don't even know what you mean. Love did him in. What does that mean? That's what he told me. Love did him in. That's not funny, officer. Her voice is like a slash through the air. Her shoulders tense up. She momentarily loses control over straight back guy. It appears that she does feel guilty. Do you feel guilty? Of course I do. I'm hungover. I feel guilty about everything. Do you feel guilty about what happened to him? Among many other things, yes. I could have done something. There's always something you can do, right? She looks into her coffee. Ask me something else. Perhaps, miss, it was communism that killed him. A moment ago it was love, and no, I don't think the Union is communist. They're a couple of shades pinker than that. They're not hardcore in that way, is what I'm trying to say. What are we talking about anyway? The politics shit is a lot in the morning. Is it every morning? Is it even morning, всъщност? Something miraculous is coming, he told me. Kim blinks. His expression doesn't change. Alright, let's see where this is going. From way out in the northwest, he told me. Cool. The woman nods. Shit. Не ми отговаря на въпросите през повечето време. We ordered a toxicology report. Any idea what it will show us? A real rainbow splattering of pharmaceuticals, I bet. Barbiturates, amphetamine, sildenafil. How much does that toxicology report cost the police of Revachol? I can do it for half of that. Save you some money, make some myself. It's quite expensive, miss, but we will manage without your help for now. Така. Разпитахме я за горе-долу всичко, което имахме на бележките си. И така, като гледам, сме питали за абсолютно всичко, а? Date of Birth Generator, ОМФГ. Буквално получих идея за размисъл относно това на колко години съм. Your face looks like it's 58 and your body feels like it's 60. Your mind feels like it's lived for 1 day or 100, both longer than they ought to be, and the day and the century. Младолики, абсолютно. Добре, реално остана само... Тоест не само, но със сигурност... разковничето ще бъде разговор с Харди. Quick save. Пак ли е 3% за Бога? С инструмент ще стане ли? Nope. Ще ви спестя съмнителното удоволствие на това да реролвам 3% шанс с тази врата. Мисля, че попрекалих с това така или иначе през последните няколко дни. Така че ще бъда милостив този път. За половин час съм готов. По принцип е така, Ради. По принцип е така. Но няма да си изхвърлям. Все още не. Ако усетя, че наближавам края на играта, ще почна безапелационно да ги ръчкам всичките. Обещавам ви. Абе, тук ми е интересно. Като имам бумбокса и имам Smallest Church in Saint Science, Let's sing some karaoke. А така, много обичам караокето, чат. В кавички.
Hey, is there something you needed? Ние си имаме наша собствена касетка. Нещастник, дай ни да пеем караоке. А, така. Let's go. The stage is all set up for your performance. It feels silent. You can hear the pellets creak under your feet. You feel a little dizzy, a little unsteady, suddenly. Ooh. So, are you ready for your thing now? Let me know when I should turn the karaoke carousel. Look, Kim, I'm gonna sing karaoke! I can see that. The lieutenant steps away from the stage, ready for your performance. Put your lips against the microphone and test it. Immediately, a loud feedback noise startles the room. You feel like an amateur. How are you supposed to hold the mic? Should you just sing to it? Where should you stand? Hands. Where do you put your hands? Look around the room first. Perform in the evening. Ooh. Shit, намалил съм си шансовете, но все пак са доста високи. Добре, ще изчакаме до вечерта да пеем караоке. Да се съберат повече хора. Я да идем до колата. Искам да разпитаме за ония труп, който намерихме. Покрай плажната ивица. Вторият труп, реално погледнато. Jamrock Public Library. Yes, this is Central Jamrock Public Library here. A male librarian answers the call. How can I help you, officer? I'm looking for information that you can provide on Billy Magine, a reader.
Billy Machine, you said. Give me a moment, I'll have to check our database. Yeah, hello, are you still there? You can hear him fiddle with the printouts. I found Billy Magene's home address, is that alright? No phone number, unfortunately. They're too poor to have a phone line. Yeah, that's fine. Here you go, sir. Rue de Senghis Lane, 33B, apartment number 20. It's in Martinez, I believe. Cape Side Apartments. It says, that's all. Cape Side Apartments. That's where the smoker on the balcony lives. Oh. Any other information on him? It says here they returned their last book just a few days ago, but I wasn't at work for the day. Do you know someone who was? Marie? Marie, do you remember a reader named Billy Magene? They returned Thibault's book the other day. Maurice, what? Yeah, okay, if it's for the police. Yeah, it was my colleague Marie, the librarian, is speaking to the phone again. She said that it was Billy's husband who returned the book. He also asked for the new sci-fi release, Lost Radio 87, but we don't have it yet. Uh-oh. You have a name now. Dobre. Do you know the husband's name? An older man. Rue de Senghis Lane. Това коя сграда е? The apartment buildings in North Martinez, apartment 20. Интересно. Евентуално може да си поговорим и с жената на яхтата. Да видим какво се случва с нея.
Give me a moment. The cold never does any good for my bronchitis.
Are you alright? Should I call a doctor?
I'm fine. Don't you worry about me. Now, what you want from me, policeman?
Who are you? I'm no one, just an old woman who cleans these hallways. Do you live here? If you call it living. She spits on the floor before wiping it off with a broom. I have a little room upstairs right next to the coal room. It's barely bigger than a closet, but I don't complain, no. I've my bed and my aching bones to keep me company, and that's all I need from the world. She hasn't spoken to anyone for a while. Even her sentences feel rusty. I'm looking for a young male in his mid-20s. Smoker on the balcony. Yes, I know who you mean. The scrawny boy who's always smoking like the devil, right? She looks at the other end of the hallway. Somewhere in that building a child starts crying. You hear a radio tuned to a talk show and someone taking a shower. What's he in trouble for? No trouble, I just want to talk to him. Do you know where he lives? Talk. The cleaning lady starts laughing, but it turns into violent coughing spasm. She squeezes her broom, trying to catch her breath. What's so funny about that? He lives upstairs in room 28. Go to the balcony. It's one of those doors there. He's usually home in the evening. Thank you. Kim turns to you.
We should go check his apartment on the balcony, see if he's home. I'm looking for Billie Magine. Do you know where she lives? She narrows her pale grey eyes. It's about Victor, isn't it? It's always about Victor with her. You'll find Magine's in apartment 20 upstairs. It's one of the doors in the balcony. I have a question or two about these apartments. Do you know who lived in the foreclosed apartments? The hell am I supposed to know? Another nut job, I assume. Why is there a hole in the wall in the abandoned apartment? Some lunatic lost his mind. All kinds of morons pass through these holes. Is one of the residents on vacation? Their mailbox is overflowing. People come and go. I don't keep an eye on everyone. They probably just moved or died. Hopefully somewhere else. Who lives in apartment 10? No one lives there. It's been empty for months. I talked to someone through the door. Impossible, the cleaning lady says, shaking her head. I wouldn't know if someone had moved in there. She pauses, eyeing the hallway. Maybe it's those counterculture people again, breaking into our house like it's a public space. You're a policeman, be good and take a look, will ya? Sure. Who lives behind the padlocked door? Oh, that one is a scientist, a future scholar. Suddenly the old lady's face is beaming. I think he studies astrology at the community college. Education's good, I always tell them to study. Astrology. Something to do with all those stars around his door. He asked me to leave his drawings up on the wall. You mean the star and antlers? I think that's the symbol of communism. The symbol of what now? Communism. You know, like the world in revolution. Never heard of it. The cleaning lady replies before another coughing spell takes hold of her. Tell me about the man who lives at the end of the hallway, Uno de Ritter. The cleaning lady starts digging for something in her pockets. I don't want to talk about the Ritters. Why not? Addicts, all of them, and sometimes I hear them screaming. She winces. They don't like me cleaning behind their door. Think I'm listening in on their fights. It was dirtier there, after the janitor's closet. She avoids the end of the hallway. We saw unpaid utility bills. Aren't they going to be evicted? No one likes them in this building, she shakes her head. It's only because of the kid they haven't been thrown out. What can you tell me about Cindy? The artist, she scoffs. Nothing I can do about her, I'm afraid. She ruins the walls faster than I can clean them, still. She leaves an old lady to her business, more than I can say for others. Добре. Най-сетне ми се отдаде шанс изобщо да говоря с бабетката, by the way. Дълго време нямах досег с нея. Аз трябва да си поговоря с... Куно, впрочем, се замислих аз, че не сме имали скоро разговор с него, а има нови неща. Това обаче трябва да се обиколи през целия път от другата страна. Шайт. Може ли да се влезе? Да, може. Hello. You hear the sound of running water. Someone's washing dishes. Привет, вълче. How about I break down this door? Или пък не. Добре, бе, не мога ли да щупа тази врата най-сетне? Bolt cutters? Не знам. Трябва ми ключ, според мен, за това място. Няма да стане по този начин.
Аз си мислех, че мога навсякъде да вляза. С малко по-грубичка сила. Мълчи бе, изрод малък. Все едно на погребение. Мисля, че е съвсем нарочно букаш. Крайна сметка цялата игра се върти около разпадането на едно общество. В всевъзможните му форми. Убийството е само претекст на събитията на играта. Всъщност има по-така дълбоки теми засегнати в цялото нещо. You wouldn't happen to know anything about any missing locusts. No, Kuno doesn't give a fuck about bugs. So he knows locusts are bugs. Oh my god! I told you that shit is lame! Shut up, see? Now they're gonna take you to lame prison. What's this about? Deny everything, Kuno! You need to lawyer up? Kuno's not gonna say anything about anything without his lawyer present. There's definitely something going on here. Remember his pig's head shack? You should check it out. Right, you little shit. Я ти видя къщата. Fuck this! Irish impersonated, абсолютно. Какво беше това? The sound of melting snow dripping off the roof. It's strange. Защо е странно? Или да не питам? It's crawling with locusts in here. All around you, the hisses and chirps of locusts fills the musky air. Интересно. I really like your emojis, Thorny. They're the best. ASCII emojis are a lost art in this day and date. There should be more ASCII emojis. ASCII се четеше това, нали? Oi, you little shit.
Fuck, does Kuno care?
Look, I know you took the locusts from the traps the cryptozoologist set up. Yeah, he says, slowly meeting your gaze with sullen defiance. Kuno took the bugs, so what? Speaking of, привет, бастурче. You say you don't give a fuck about bugs, then you go and build a whole bug town. It's not bug town, it's the city of locusts, he says, enunciating every syllable. Locusts are just bug shit. They come out of the sky like a fucking shadow. Shit descends. Stop! Kunoez wails from behind the fence, then buries her face in her hands. You stop! It's like they're fucking knights. Locust City, Night City, City of Rage. There's a tug of war over the name of his fantastical city. It's almost too big for imagination. The girl forces herself to watch again, the corners of her eyes twitching from discomfort. What are you, some kind of artist now? Maybe I am, he says, looking you straight in the eye. Did he just say I? Kuno usually calls Kuno, Kuno. Hold on, did I hear you right? You said I. Kuno made Kuno. Kuno says whatever the fuck he wants.
There are no rules here, pig! He steps closer. I fucking say I wanna. I fucking say I when I wanna, and Kuno when I wanna. Kuno's free? Kuno's free to fucking die, bitch? This is what he sometimes does when things get tense. Making art is a worthy calling, man. I'm something of an artist myself. Oh my god, Kuno! He's gonna make you totally lame in like 3 seconds. Don't let him, Kuno. Yo, fuck you, see? Kuno can be what Kuno wants to be. Kuno's his own man. Kuno's free. Kuno tears at the buttons of his shirt, trying to rip them open. They don't give way. Kuno made himself into Kuno. Kuno can make himself into anything. Kuno can make himself into a pig if he wants. Kuno make himself into a... Bring it. Kuno doesn't give a shit. Don't make yourself into a pig, Kuno. You have to take me away. A lead silence fills the yard. In it, you hear snow melting, dripping from the eaves. Someone closing a window. Тук е малко странен момент. Нямам идея кое да кажа от тези неща. Евентуално първото? That depends on your choices. Without a word, she disappears entirely behind the fence. For once, the boy is lost for words. He's turned completely red now, with splotches of white beginning to appear across his face. You got him. Now convince him to leave the cryptozoologist's traps alone. What's gonna happen to the locusts? Kuno's gonna let the fucking locusts die. I gotta ask, what does City of Locusts mean? Doesn't mean anything, it's shit. Kuno likes to focus. Kuno likes to concentrate on shit, build shit when he's zipping hard. Fuck. He turns his face up to the heavens. Pig, he finally says, lowering his gaze to meet yours. You really shouldn't have fucked with Kuno's city. Now it's all fucking lame. Look, man, just stop taking the locusts, okay? I don't give a shit. I don't need the locusts anyway. Shit's all lame now. She was right. The girl's face appears again above the fence, just long enough to make eye contact with Kuno. She doesn't know whether to be glad because Kuno's finally convinced of the lameness, or more worried because of his continued use of the first person singular. Kuno is Kuno, not I. Да, започна да казва I вместо Kuno. Kuno не умря ли? Не, как ще умря, бе? Той е безсмъртен. Okay, now that's settled, I'd better be off. The fuck you trying to catch anyway? He asks before you leave. With the traps. The Insulindian phasmid. Huh. He mutters to himself. He recognizes the name. Wait, you know what the Insulindian phasmid is? Bitches think Kuno doesn't know shit, he says angrily. The fuck out of here, Kuno's tired of this shit. As you leave, you notice his usual rooster-like swaying posture has changed. Slowed down. Like clockwork unwinding. Huh. Окей, това беше интересно. Буквално имам чувството, че променихме Kuno. Е така. От никъде на никъде. Че и левел ъп, че взехме от цялото нещо. Ми освен да качим нещата от Motorix, които са поизостанали. Yes, please. Или му свършат на котиците. Или това. I'm bored, Kuno. Тази може ли да говори нещо ново и интересно, евентуално? Nope. Даже не остава време да гледаш. Ох, душица. Какво сте напънали толкова, бастроче? Сподели.
Oh, hello, sweetie.
А, то не е с нея. Окей, с теб най-вероятно.
Hello, officer. I think I almost have it. A new trap design, that is. I know you're skeptical, but I have a good feeling about this.
Had a little chat with the kid. He promised to stop stealing the locusts. The cryptozoologist purses his lips. So it was just a child. He looks crestfallen. Thank you for telling us, sweetie. This is good news, right? It means we can try again. She acts chipper, but something's changed in her tone, a hidden worry. Something secretly gnaws at her confidence. It's not the Kuno kid, or the missing locusts, it's something else. Yeah, you're right. We just need to restock the empty trap. Then we'll need to inspect the traps one more time, and then maybe we can... The aging cryptozoologist breaks into a hideous coughing fit. He has a 38-degree fever. His resilience has given way. She looks at him with tender concern. Darling, I told you to take it easy. You're getting sick. Maybe it's time to go home. You're right, you're right. He breathes carefully, not to start coughing again. We can come back next season, when it's warmer. That is just something people tell themselves when they fail. We've come too far to quit. I'm gonna restock the trap. Let's do this. We are getting really carried away with this, aren't we? Kim makes a show of suppressing a sigh. Fine, it's better than having these people get pneumonia on the coast, but after this... He wants to see this tale through as much as you, otherwise he'd have stopped you already, but he cannot let it drag out after this. Really, it's too much, officer. He starts coughing again. What Morel means is we're grateful for your help. Here's a fresh batch of locusts. They should slide right down the funnel. Thank you again. We'll definitely mention you, should this lead to discovery. I'm not talking co-discovery, of course, but... Wow, co-discovery. О, боже. В какво се вързахме изобщо? Добре, как са ни задачките в момента? Я да видя. Така, добре. Както си мислех, че няма да има повече смислени квестове, така си има доста сериозно. Ти сам си го... Аха! Хвана втори проект за близък и цялото свободно Not 9 to 5 време отида при него. Шит! Бая близък трябва да ти е бил. При нас какво става? При мен е спокойно тия дни. Напук на тебе, аз пък имам повече свободно време напоследък. Не че, нали, ще продължи прекалено дълго, но му се наслаждавам докато мога. И стримвам повече, отколкото бих могъл другояче. Box with locusts. Оплакваш се, че имам свободно време. Не изобщо, так му обратното. Нали това казвам? Радвам се, че мога. Като нямам, ще си проличи. Тук не можеше да се влезе, нали? Да. Рязко ще изчезна за някакви седмици. И ще караме на по-съкратена програма. Сега обаче не разбрах много квеста и ще питам плейнотчето, ако случайно си спомня. Какво искат да ми кажат с това? Restock the traps you left empty before. The trick is to remember which one it was. Какво значи това? Дори не мога да се оплача, човек. Абсолютно. Картачи, ти май беше в почивка тия дни. Или греша? Всъщност ти кажа, че отиваш на работа. Какво ти говоря за почивки? Ама... Доскоро беше в почивка, май? Harriet Dubois, Lieutenant, twice a freighter. Вай. Каква е чуденката точно? Кой иска да ми каже това с the trick is to remember? В смисъл, има някакво значение в каква поредност ли ги слагам тези неща? Беше в Games Done Quick отпуска. О боже, то какво било? Извинявай, глупа въпрос, трябваше да проверя. Ясно какво искат да ми кажат. Какво ще се почувства? Благородна завист, разбира се! Това пък какво е? A primer for small kids? What the fuck? A primer for small kids? What the... Това пък откъде го намерих? Или по-точно за какъв чеп го намерих? И вчера заради Martin Luther King's Junior's Day. Ти работиш според някакви западни празници, така ли да го разбирам? Това не го знае. Къде бяха обаче те? Artillery broke it. Damn. Тези ги знам. Майче беше тук капана. Good, now that's done. Така. Предполагам, че това беше идеята? Now report to Lena in the whirling. Добре. Зачервил си окото. Що така, бе? Понякога на мен ми се възпалява, така че те разбирам прекрасно. Не знам дали в този случай е същия като моя. По някаква причина мога да бъркам по някакви места, по които до момента... What the fuck? Те неща ги нямаше в предния ден. Амнези. Взиране и четене на гаден монитор. Ясно, ясно. Да. Метнете един глас по анкетата на краличката. Тя още не може да реши какво и си играе тази седмица. Или ако имате някакви предпочитания, наклонете везните в една или в друга посока. Да си пуснеш VPN. Без читване! Без читване! Нямат нови разговори, те симпатияги. Investigate Apartment 10. Мисля, че от тук се влизаше за гърба на сградата. Я да видим. Мога ли да се кача така? Горе-долу. Не, тя искаше да инвестигейт на апартамент 10. Това беше онзи заключения, май. Шит. Секундичка. Witness ще спечели. Отличава се малко, да. И аз ако бях гласувал, щеше да е за това май. Ти ли си апартамент 10 или това беше апартамент 10? Yep. This apartment's supposed to be empty. Did you break in there? Excuse me? Of course not. You have plenty of reason to enter. I don't need a warrant if I suspect there's been a break-in. Oh, come on! There's a pause before you hear the door being unlocked. Интересно, аз мисля, че за тази врата се крие друг човек, но явно не е това, което си мислех. Well, that was easy. That was smart, the lieutenant says, nodding towards the unlocked door. Я да видим кой се крие за тази врата. Hello. Curiosity. Satisfied? My name is Marielle Charpentier and I'm an agent with the Martinez Realty Associates. I am not breaking in as I have every right to be here. The keys, see? She jingles a set of keys in her hand. Boy, there are a lot of different keys here. More than 20 at least. Do you want to see my ID as well? You can't legally ask for it, but why not? Want to see my residence permit too? She fumbles through her purse, fishing out a light, paper-clad passport. Не се бавим ден. Вау! Сериозно ли? Не мога. Witness е нещо като ходиш симулатор. О, в грешка си, Кико. Witness е тежкия пъзъл. Я да видим паспорта. It feels flimsy in hand, with the words Revachol Special Administrative Region, written under a nondescript municipal logo. There's a picture of her with shorter hair inside, along with her personal details. Nice haircut. Thank you. She slips the passport back in her purse. Do you have any questions? I need to be back in Midtown in an hour. What are you doing here? She sighs and looks around. I need to get it ready for the next lease, but as you can see, the previous tenant completely trashed the place. Reprehensible. Who lived here? He was some kind of a moribund old man who used to be a business owner. You'd think they'd make rent. She stops, hesitating. A sudden serious look crosses her face. This story didn't have a happy ending. But that was months ago. Anyway, was there anything you wanted or is that it? I'm in a hurry. Who lived in the foreclosed apartment down the hallway? Oh, that's another huge mess. The former tenant owes us 3 months of rent. 3! We closed the apartment and planned on auctioning off the valuables, but... And again, I have no idea how stupid mistakes like this can ever happen, but Ron, when he came to close the door, didn't close the neighboring door. And there is a hole in the wall. A hole in the wall, can you believe it? She spreads her hands, and then the tenant ran off with the stuff. He's gone. The money's gone, just like that. She snaps her fingers. The sum must have been puny. Couldn't have been that much money. These apartments look pretty shabby. These apartments are perfectly fine. They've gorgeous architecture, a million real view of the bay, good ventilation, neighbors, life, spark, and they are affordable. I'll tell you, Martinez has a future. In a few years, it's gonna blossom with artists and creatives and those radio computer wizards. The radio computer wizards are invested with magical economic powers. My money's also disappeared, I think. Well, it's not disappear from my hands, no, I don't let it. What happens with the wall? What happened with the wall?
Don't ask me what happened with the wall. I've no idea how we're gonna find the time or resources to fix it. Both apartments are now unrentable. Both! She's still shaking her head. Manicured hands now crossed over her chest. Right. Интересно.
Give me a moment.
I didn't find any counterculture people in apartment 10. It was just a real estate agent setting up the room for new tenants. I see. She takes out her handkerchief and wipes her nose. I hope some good people are finally going to move in. This place needs them. I'm sure everything will be fine. Yes, well, she doesn't know what to say, so she just coughs and repeats, I hope they're good people. Your statements are too vague to comment on. Какво взех? Да. И нова... брошка ли е? Как да го водя? Дори не съм сигурен какво трябва да представлява. Slender Bolo Tie. Баси. Дава ми Inland Empire и Volition. Това не е зле, по принцип. Не знам дали искам да смъквам от драма обаче, защото в моменташната ми папионка дава +2 към драма чекове. Може би ще си остана с нея за момент. Или газиш хора от 500 баби, или плащаш 50 лева. Тук нямаше никой, нали? Да, така или иначе сме към апартаментите от към балконската част. Бабин ден затварят прохода. Това е величествена практика. Супер добрата схема. Успех с влизането, мани. Пробий си път. Може ли да влезем вече тук или? The number reads 20. Something smells good. Soup l'oignon. The lieutenant motions for you to go ahead and knock. Hold on, Kim. We should discuss this before we move on. What should we expect? You are right. Let's talk this through. You hear light footsteps passing by the door and some folk music playing on the radio. We have our first preliminary identification. In all likelihood, the deceased is the husband of Billy Majan. We need to confirm this, as well as deliver the death notification to Billy herself. Now, delivering a death notification is never an easy task. There is a reason why it's often called the most stressful part of the job. This is why it's usually done in pairs. You got this. I'll be monitoring reactions, ready to act if necessary. Do you got any advice on how to tell her that he's dead? Just don't say that you know how they feel. You don't. Alright, I think I'm ready. Един сейф, превентивен, преди да сме готови.
Hello? Who is it?
Is this Billy Magin's home? This is the police. Please open the door.
The police? A moment, please. Give us a moment.
Give us a moment. Ugh.
Come in. The door is open.
Едно време не се казваше Аспархово, а Ченге. Вау! Селото се е казвало Ченге. Смятай. An empty pack of Red Astra cigarettes. The same brand that you found in the trash next to the deceased. Humanitarian aid macaronis. Windows covered in old newspaper clippings. Can they afford curtains? A chalk-drawn height chart for children's growth over the years. A textbook from high school, mathematics, trigonometry mostly. The clock is ticking away with an odd cheerfulness. Posters of contemporary pop stars. Това ще е тежък разговор. Усещам го. Some leftovers kept warm on a stovetop. Smells like buckwheat and onions in here.
It's you from the book stand. Did you come to bring my cockatoo back?
От Джен, което значи бой битка, и да, второто има на селото. Тази не беше ли пред книжарницата по едно време?
I don't think I introduced myself properly. I'm Billy.
Да, точно тя е.
Would you like something to drink? Or tea, lemonade? We're out of coffee.
The lieutenant has taken off his foggy glasses and is busy cleaning them in his handkerchief for now. You're on your own here. Thanks, but I'm alright. Is this about Victor, my husband? Is he in some kind of trouble again? I can come pick him up in the station if that's what... She stops, her eyes trying to read answers from your face. Keep it together, you don't want your body language to tell her the news. Sorry, I'm rambling. She shakes her head and tries to laugh it off. It's just that Victor often gets into all kinds of trouble, so how can I help you? Wow. Impossible check ми е. Аз съм с толкова ниска емпатия, че чека е impossible. Fuck. How have you been? Too much small talk. Shit. You live here with Victor, right? It's me, Victor, and the kids here. We have 2 daughters, Jenny and Jolie. Yeah, I remember you mentioned them at the book stand. They came home later. They're good girls. Where's everybody? I don't see anyone home. The girls are staying at their friend's place tonight and Victor is out. She swallows visibly. Out where? He has a problem with drinking and so he disappears every now and then. He's probably in the pox drinking with his friends. I sent him to the library a few days ago, but I guess something came up. To your knowledge, did he make it to the library? No. I guess I'll find out when he decides to come back home. It shouldn't be long now. He's never gone for more than a few days. What was the name of the library? Oh, it's in Jamrock. The one in Meroe Street, I don't know the official name. Central Jamrock Public Library. I think, yes. If that's the one in Meroe. It is. What was he supposed to do in the library? Just to return a book of mine. Why? Why all those questions, detective? Did he... The Glinting Curve by M. Thibault. Yes. She becomes unsettled as she says that, her forehead scrunching up into a worried expression. Do you remember what he was wearing when you last saw him? His old leather jacket. Can you describe it? It's just your average brown leather jacket, but he bought it as a teenager, so... What about the inner lining? Yes, she stops.
The lining is hand sewn, it's blue. I tried to make the thing more weatherproof, since he's running around with it in the middle of winter. Right. О, стига бе. Seems like a part of me refuses to tell her. To do what? Officer, the lieutenant warns you. Too late. Just say it now. Goodbye, Thorny. Your husband's dead. Excuse me, what? What did you just say? She's in pain. She's in so much pain, and so are you. Your chest is burning. You sense that the lieutenant is ready to say something. Don't let him. Fix this yourself. You did this. Kim, I can handle this. Let me. The lieutenant closes his mouth, but he doesn't look pleased. Just tell me, what happened to Victor? She looks first at the lieutenant, then back at you. Your husband has expired. Expired? Like a milk carton? No, he's dead. Oh. Just dead. Yes, She chokes on something, clutching onto her neck. I'm sorry, I just need a... I don't know what to say. She rests her hand on her forehead, eyes pale like pearls in seawater. По-добре си мълчим, май. I guess what I want to know is, how did he die? He fell and smashed his head against a bench. And you just found him there, lying in the cold? She shakes her head. How long has he been there? It's hard to say. She doesn't reply. Her eyes well up with tears as she struggles to keep it together. You hear the clock ticking in the children's room. Is there anyone we could call for you? A friend, a family member, someone who could be here for you? No, she breathes in. I just need to tell my girls. The air gets sucked out of her lungs suddenly. Unreal. God, should I call them? Should I tell them to come home? Yes. All right, I'll call them. She breathes in again, trying to steady herself. Привет, Jordan. Just tell me, what do I need to do next? Where is he? Can I see him? He's in the morgue. And who should I contact? He was taken to the city morgue. The local coroner will be contacting you shortly to arrange the funeral. Here's his number in case you want to contact him earlier. He hands her a leaflet with the morgue's contact information. Is there anything else the RCM could do for you? No, I'll call you if something comes up. I'm still a bit... She rubs her face, blotchy and numb. Alright, that's it then. Again, if there's anything we could do for you, don't hesitate to call the RCM, ma'am. She just nods, distant and inconsolable. The bed springs rattle beneath her as she begins to shake. I'll take it from here, thank you. She points at the front door, breathing fast now, holding herself back. The lieutenant nods at the woman, then looks back at you. His voice lowered. We should step outside and talk. Фейлнахме чека, но този път мисля, че просто ще живея с този провал. Няма да релодвам. Трябва поне един-два провала да са си мои, така да се каже. Айде, сега ще ни нахока Кимчо. Давай. I can take it.
So, the death notification.
That did not go well. No, it didn't. Sorry I fucked it up, I guess. It is all right. Do not worry about it. I'll call the station when we're finished with the day and let them know the name of the deceased. What about Billy and her kids? There's not much we can do for them anymore, I'm afraid. So this is it. That is it. We should get back to our case. Right. Kim looks at you and, officer, I've seen worse. This wasn't the worst I've seen, okay? Now let's go. Ей, поне не сме най-лошия полицай, който някога е виждал. Това е някакво успокоение. Мисля, че този апартамент ще е достъпен чак вечерта, така че ще пробвам сега, обаче едва ли ще е. Ще го запишеш, господин 97%. Това беше гавра с мен, буквално. Така че... няма пък да се извиня дори за онзи reload. Чукаме се пак. Да, вечерно време. Но тогава имаме разговори с други важни лица. Имаш въпрос малко по-горе. Прощавай, Кико. Наближайки Кай, обясни на 2 на 3 какъв ти е герой, как си го развил и какво би предложило едно следващо преиграване с други статистики. Тъй като не съм го преигравал, ми е трудно да преценя колко точно разлики има, но мога да предположа, че ако го бях развил примерно на сериозно на емпатия, нали, на емпатични умения, псайки, тъй наречен, щеше да е доста по-различно положението. От студения и пресметлив герой, който съм си изградил, с много интелект и бързи реакции. И може би по-скоро плей, като човек, който е играл поне още веднъж, ако не греша, може да каже дали са качествено големи разликите, но мога да предположа, че са солидни. И освен това, голяма част от тези разлики няма да дойде точно от развитието на персонажа статистически, а по-скоро от това как отиграваш дадени моменти и колко експериментираш с субстанции. Също така. В момента го играем ченгето, което се опитва да се поправи, но може да тръгнеш и по коренно различната крива, така да се каже. Съм видял около 1/4 от играта. Смятай. Добре, време е да говорим с Харди, нали? Горе-долу това остана. С тази имаме ли какво да си кажем? Nope.
The clowns are still hanging around. What is it now?
So I talked to Clausia about the tape. And he tenses immediately, chest tightens, jaw sets, ready for another blow. And nothing. She stands by what she said. That fucking fucker. He stares at his beer for 2 seconds, intently, then turns to you. You're the worst cops in Revachol. I gave you gold on that tape. That fucker wasn't aimed at you. It was at her. Gold. It was just locker room talk. It's not evidence. Locker room talk. What are you, fucking brain dead? I've been to plenty of locker rooms. They don't plan rape there. What did she have to say then? Fine by her? This is what people are supposed to be like? Fucking whoop-de-doo? She did not say whoop-de-doo. I can confirm that. She didn't. Well, whoop-de-doo then. He's too angry to drink his beer. He just stares at it. It did not come as a surprise to her, and she definitely wasn't scared. Yes, in fact. The lieutenant looks at you, then at him. I think she thought it was a little funny. Funny, Titus mumbles, his lips barely moving. No goddamn psycho, no good goddamn psycho whore. Seems like they wanted to give Classier a second chance to play along. She still didn't. Alright, he slams his giant fist on the door frame. All fucking righty then, I guess it's good then. That fucking... Please try to control yourself in the presence of visitors, Titus. Elizabeth's voice is a bit softer than earlier. Titus rubs his chin with his palm, as if trying to grind it smooth. This is just perfect. It's fucking perfect. Any thoughts on this, lawman? You don't have to say everything out loud. Just mix and match. I think you had a lie planned, but she didn't play along. Не, всъщност това второто е по-интересно. Maybe she isn't who you thought she was. Nah, I know her. He looks upstairs, distracted. She's just a girl in over her head. She's not some helpless girl, you dumb fuck. She handled the mercenary well enough. Handled him, he balks. She's got into some stupid shit with that guy. Shit we had to take care of. Yes, we all heard about it, and the fact still stands. You were more disturbed by the tape than her. I think you had a lie planned, but she didn't play along. I asked for your opinion, not a bedtime story. Tell it to your grandma. This tape was the last chance for her to do what was planned. But she didn't. She knows she can't lie to us, unlike you. Oh no, he's definitely compromised too. It's his hubris. Sadly, not much to do about it now. Fantastic. So now you remember how to do your job. Titus despondently glances at his beer. I'm so sick of this piss. We should get something harder in here. Yeah, guys, we should get a party going tonight. Why? He looks at the old man in the corner. Maybe not then. Success. They admitted to unlawful collaboration to derail the investigation. Привет, Феонче. Maybe she's still in denial. You know, like a defense mechanism. Yeah, maybe. That's a possibility. Be straight with me, Titus. What really happened? I already told you. He puts his giant face in his hands and sighs. We fucking hanged him. The man is slowing down. Looks like a bad blood sugar crash. He can't keep track of all the variables anymore. Who could? It's getting harder and harder to perform one's part in this sordid play. All it takes is a nudge. Come on, Titus. We know you didn't hang him. He was shot. He taps on his notebook. I know you're tired. So am I. Why don't you just... You know what? He gets closer. I am tired. I'm tired of you and the whore upstairs. Next time you see her, tell her Titus said fuck off. He throws his beer can down. That lying, scamming... We're done. This is over, you understand? Your little investigation is over. Yeah. There is a silence in the room. Elaine starts saying something, then thinks best not to. On the floor, beer drips out of the can, into a small puddle. No one does anything about it. What is this quiet funeral shit? What we need is some beers in us. He looks around. Bartender, 20 beers for the dock workers union. Why don't we make it 40, huh? Garte shouts from behind the counter. Why don't we make it 100 beers? You're not loud enough.
100 beers, now we're talking. Glenn livens up. Hoppity hop over the cafeteria manager. Over here, cafeteria manager. Look, Titus. Convince Titus he's being manipulated. You should know by now. Titus Hardy will never falter. But you know someone who might. One of his boys will. Fat Angus, the powerful guy. Mr. All Muscle. The time has come. Put him in the pressure cooker. Just remember, it's about more than Classier. It's about these men in Martinez, their district, their responsibility. That's it then. Case closed. We're going home, Kim. Huh? The lieutenant raises his brow. Gameplay leak на Godfall. Я си го отворя, преди съм забрал. Ти вече го изтегли. Ха! Добре, ще ми свършиш работа тогава. Ако нещо се случи. Write it down, Kim. In Martinez, they just kill you because they don't like you. Got it. He takes out his notebook. Kill you because they don't like you. All because... Because they like killing. Yeah, we liked it. It was fun, wasn't it, guys? We had a great time. It wasn't for your fucking entertainment, Dennis. He gets a hold of himself. They kill you because they think it's funny. They just hang you like in the Dark Ages, make a display of your corpse. It wasn't that. It wasn't. The fat man says with a wheeze. We just couldn't get him down, okay? That's it, that's the weak one. You flushed him out. Now go in for the... Officer, you will be next if you don't shut up. The old man reaches for his belt. His voice is strangely calm. Firearm. A Glace 08 or a 38 caliber pistol. Either is small enough for you to have missed. He's onto you. He knows what you're trying to do. Look at Kim. The lieutenant has put down his notebook. Or what? You're gonna kill me like you killed him for no fucking reason. We didn't kill him. We didn't even hang him. He was dead when... Fat Angus takes a breath, wheezing. Shut up, Angus! He was dead before you hanged him. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Fatty! The little guy hits Angus on the back of the head, a loud slap. Say one more thing to the cops and I'll... Dennis! Titus roars. Stand down or I'll beat your head in. Theo! Take that hand off the belt. This isn't 31. I got this under control. Does he? His closed fist is shaking. It is you who's in control. Let them have their moments. The room falls quiet, so quiet you can hear Angus wheeze. Също хора, които нямат много скрупули. И в като цяло място, регион в страната, в която полицаите нямат особена сила. Даже всички са искрено учудени, че полицай изобщо е стъпил в това място. The room falls quiet, so quiet you can hear Angus wheeze. Angie, where's your goddamn inhaler? You sound like you're dying. I left it home. I can't get it. I'm too fucked. I'm sorry. Why are you so fucking fat, Angus? Lizzie snaps at him. Now it's all pointless because of you. You wasted my time. I told you, Titus. I told you to just give it up. Just give her up. Uh-oh. Определено им се разпада историята.
Плюс това аз имам най-здравите подкрепления. Save World, Save Scum, докато сме живи. Lizzie, Titus turns to the fixer. Your help is no longer needed here. Go tell Everett. Fine, I'll tell him. After a long walk along the coast. She walks off without looking back. You're in. He's all yours. Questions? Kim, we did it! The lieutenant gives a smile only you can see. So, you didn't kill him. He was already dead. Titus nods. You hanged the corpse to cover up the real cause of death, the bullet in the head. Another nod. Why? Because the girls asked us to. They were in some shit. The girls? Girls plural. There's another girl. 2 of them. Take note of this. They'll probably say more about her later. Did she kill him? Cop, I have no idea. The girl says she didn't. What happened Sunday night? Classier came down. He points to the stairs. She seemed really out of it, drugged up, even more than usual. Bug-eyed and gurning, you know? Not in a fun way. It looked like she'd redosed after something went down. I've seen that look before. She was scared. I know someone had died. How did you know? I've done this job for 10 years. I've seen it before. It's the politician in the motel room with the dead hooker scenario, only in reverse. Good analogy, boss. The rat-faced man snickers. You don't get to talk yet, Shanky. You're still on the bench, and you keep talking, and you keep taking it easy too, Angus. What happened then? We went upstairs. Sure as day the merc was dead. And there was a bullet hole through the window. Fucking... He scratches his chin. Dirty sheets and bottles everywhere. He means they'd been fucking. Tibbs patched the window, and the corpse we hanged. Ага, това е сменение прозорец на горния етаж. Who's Tibbs? The 8 Hardy? Nah, he's my brother. He's in the window replacement business. Short for Tiberius. Yeah, good man. Bet their father's name was Atticus Hardy. Lucretia Hardy would be the sister, anyway. Ако съм познавал тези хора, съм забравил. Изобщо не си спомням тези NPC-та. If Clausia didn't kill him, why the cover-up? You may have noticed our girls in some shit on her own. She told me people were after her from Oranje. She wouldn't say anymore. Yeah, she wouldn't. She's fucked if she shows up on the police radar. These people, who are they? They're powerful. He looks out the window. Connected to the moral intern. She's clearly afraid for her life. Says if she shows up in your systems, she'd be ghosted away. That is all he knows. That's all she told him. And why would you help someone like that? By taking on a murder? Why would I? He shrugs. I guess we abide all sorts of runaways and losers here. It's a Martinez thing. So who killed the merc then? Any leads? Not yet, just some ideas. She says the shot came from outside, behind the window somewhere. So that's a clue. What are you thinking? I'm thinking someone's past caught up with them. Either hers or his. Hers, you mean? I mean the people after Clausier. Maybe the shot missed. Maybe it was meant for her. I like that, the young guy nods. Been thinking the same thing myself. And you had ideas about his past too. I do. One of those mercenary buddies of his could have done it. They got guns, training, years of bad blood probably. Or it could have been someone else from Cornell. He pauses for a second to think. Tell you what I do. Check out the coast for vantage points. Maybe consult with a ballistics buddy of mine. That's what I would do. If I wasn't too busy doing this clown dance with you. He's calm now. Threw all that turmoil away and became himself again. These theories, not bad. Don't buy either one, but still. The guy is not as dumb as he looks. Whose idea was it to hang him anyway? Hers? In a manner of speaking. Remember the two girls? Earlier you said the girls asked for your help. Was this the other girl? That's right, he blinks. It was her idea to hang him. I liked it, for political reasons. It sent a good message. It's her, isn't it? The missing 8th Hardy. That's the other girl. The big guy turns to Glenn, who's about to say something. The blonde shuts his mouth before a word escapes. I'll say it again. Titus turns to you. All the Hardy boys are right here, cop. The woman is just affiliated with the Hardy boys. You don't know her anyway. You know it's okay for there to be a Hardy girl, Titus. His face sets like concrete. He shakes his head solemnly. We're Hardy boys, and that's it. Sure, but can you tell me anything about this affiliate? Name, current location? Nope, he says. You're not getting to her. It's Glacier you want to talk to. I'm sorry I made you guys fight. Me too. Thanks for this, Titus. I'll go talk to her for a last time. You do that. Titus grabs his beer and swirls it in his hand, then thinks of something. Hey cop, before you go. Titus looks up. Glacier came to Martinez to hide. Many of us did. This is where you wash up when there's nowhere left to go. The Union takes you in. Now she's refused that protection, but you would still prefer if we didn't take her away. That's right. If we didn't take care of the people who end up here, this place would just be a couple of ruins and some cargo containers. We will take that into account. Kim Keto Kalmari slides his notebook into his coat pocket. He turns to leave. Sympatично. What the fuck? Намерихме някакъв ключ? The Hawthorne branches? What the shit? Hello. Workshop spare. Интересно. Намерихме някакво ключе. Може би за вратата, която не може да отворим от началото на играта. Добре, връщаме се обратно на интелект чековете. The key fits? Hello. Pinball машина. И още една. 5 пари в кесия. Буквално. Kim Pinball Kitsuragi? Какво? That's what he's known. Oh my god! Осъзнахме, виждайки пинбол машините, че всеки знае Ким Кацураги, защото е майстор на пинбол. You're Kim Pinball Kitsuragi. Hey Kimball. What? You are Kim Pinball Kitsuragi. So now he remembers. Kim looks at you in the silence of the workshop, then takes his glasses off and cleans them. Fine, I am Kim Pinball Katsuragi. He puts them back on, aka the Kimball. You remembered, congratulations. Wait, but I still can't remember anything else. Wonderful. He only remembers hearing about the pinball policeman. You don't really seem to like pinball. No human being should. It is a game that requires no skill and a childlike affinity for flashing lights, and to fantastique science fiction and historic romance franchises. It is lame. Then why are you called Pinball? I am not called Pinball. It was used to taunt me a long time ago, before I became a homicide detective and got my lieutenancy. How did you? He puts his glasses back on. Fine. I was a juvenile police officer for over 15 years. It's how I started out in the RCM. Once I had to infiltrate a pinball ring, as you do when you are a juvie cop. Lame. Unbelievably, he nods. To do that, I needed to become a pinball champion. I trained for 9 months. The job was successful and I was moved out of the juvenile wing to homicide. End of story. Wow! You were a juvie cop for 15 years. That time is over now. He looks at the pinball machine and breathes in. I was already a 38-year-old man. It was unbecoming, as was playing pinball. Wait, so that's why you don't talk to Kuno? It's best if you handle the juvenile delinquents, yes. Don't worry, I'll keep calling you Kim. Lieutenant Kitsuragi is good too. He nods. Now, we really need to continue our sweep of what appears to be a secret path through the whirling. Amazing. Сега се чуя да се върна към Класия или... преди да съм забравил, ще се върна на един бърз разговор с нея. Така или иначе сме тук. Can feel a game. Не ме дразни с тези твърдения. Ще си играем иначе Disco Elysium, докато излезе Cyberpunk. Може ли да ме обвиниш в мен? Можеш. Няма проблеми. Лепни го на мен. Поемам цялата отговорност.
It's always good to see you.
The Hardy Boys told us what really happened. I understand. Just like that, no resistance. Her shoulders are slouched, her feet long and straight. You don't look surprised. You were expecting this. I knew there was a chance you'd get them to tell you. It's what you do. You're the police. She winces. For what it's worth, I'm sorry for wasting your time. If you knew we would find out eventually, why did you waste our time? Because of the Hardys. I couldn't just dispense with them. They were only trying to help me. She looks at her feet. Out of the shit I'd gotten into. It's not a good enough reason. You're right, there's more. More? You answer to the coalition government, and by extension, the moral intern. She reaches for a new cigarette. Briefly glancing over her shoulder to the sea, as if she's done time and again. What lies beyond the horizon? The Pale, the Monte Isola, and then Oranje, the old world. Is that why you're looking over your shoulder? You're afraid of the moral intern. She nods.
You share a database with them. You send people to their courts. Is this why Oranje is a bad memory to you? She nods. I have people after me. And they have friends in the moral intern. Some are moral intern. If I show up in your records, officer, they will find me. They will. What happens if they do? They will kill me, sir. If you file my name, take me in for questioning, enter me into moral intern mill. There's a wince and a pained little smile. Well, then I'm fucked for nothing. This murder didn't have anything to do with me. Fucked. People after her. Moral intern people. This isn't Orionese lit. You said you studied Orionese literature. What is it with the fugitive stuff? I did. I also had a side job selling insurance that I was really good at. Got picked up by a bank. Competitive intelligence, they called it. After that, I sort of transitioned out of the whole culture scene. What did you do to have these people after you? It's not nice, but it's not illegal. Not here in Revachol, or even in Oranje. What exactly did you do? Industrial espionage. I joined a business collective with the intention of betraying them. I did my job well enough to be asked to do it again. With a bigger company, the kind you really don't fuck with. I took their ledgers, 2 decades worth of accounting. Kim taps on the notebook. I need the names of the companies involved and who hired you. The job was Losduin County Savings Bank. They sound small, but they're part of the loose cap conglomerates. That was the second job. The first was some printer company. You wouldn't know them. As to who hired me to do the job, I don't know, but they're after me too. Along with loose cap and their friends in the MI. She breathes out heavily. Once you're done in the competitive intelligence circuit, you don't have allies. You're radioactive. Loose cap are people engineering financial disasters in second world countries. The conglomerate also includes several banks and a line of dairy products. The popular Papa Lolo line of dairy products. Това е бавка с Nestle ли е? Най-вероятно да. Papa Lolo! Yeah, Papa fucking Lolo wants to kill me. She smiles. That's a lot of shit you gotten yourself into. It is. Many people lost their jobs, not just C-suite, ordinary people. What I did to get to accounting. A lot of people got hurt. She concludes, but that's just more of my shit you wouldn't have to deal with. You're solving a murder. What happened here the night he died? We were there, she points to the window. The silhouette of the bed is visible. Together, in bed, I mean. Alright, time for details. Okay, she takes a deep breath. He was in a kneeling position. He had just entered me. Okay. Чат, вие сте твърде малки за това. Така че мютнете стрима. I was on my back looking at him. I heard the window behind me shatter, and I turned to look. There was a hole in the glass. I turned back to him. She breathes out. A moment's silence. His eyes were looking through me, and his mouth was open, dumb. I could see... Her chest rises and falls with each word. She keeps herself together and says it. I knew he was dead before he fell down on top of me. What happened then? He was heavy. I pushed him off and he fell to the floor. There. She points to the window. He only had his boots on. I bit the pillow, not to scream, then ran downstairs. There's a long pause. She just stands there, her arms at her sides. Then she continues. I waited for the second shot to come for me. I thought there would be one, but it never came. Your cigarette, miss. Oh. I'm sorry this happened to you. So am I. What time was this? When did it happen? It would help us if you could be as precise as possible. 11:30 to 12:15. I don't know the exact time, around midnight.
Привет, Кас.
That is okay. Were you inebriated? Not as much as usual. He'd done a line, plus other things. I was drinking. Titus said she was girding her jaw off, much more than usual. Titus said you looked pretty high. Oh yeah, I did one of his lines, just to clear my head. Did you hear or see the shooter in the course of this? No.
What did you do then?
Nothing, I was trapped. I was stuck in my room downstairs. I got some clothes on and crawled back up through the blinds. Blood was coming from his mouth. Not a lot, just a little. He was still on the floor, slouched. I couldn't be there with him anymore. So I ran down and out of my room, into the hallway, down the stairs. I knew there would be people there.
Нещо ме бъгва в нейната история. Ще се върна след малко чата, че Карамела напира да излезе. Бърба.
Така.
What happened after you ran downstairs?
Sylvie was standing in the bar. A lot of people were there. The Hardys were at the table in front of the stage. I think the Union box was full. Ruby was there too. They were having such a good time. She pauses. I sat down and they all welcomed me. I didn't even have to say anything. Ruby knew something was wrong.
Who's Ruby? Ruby, you know, the leader. The leader of what? The Hardy Boys, she says, as if it's self-evident. I thought Hardy was the leader of the Hardy Boys. Well, nominally, yes. Ruby is the one they go to when things happen, like things they need taken care of. She's the organizer. Let's go on. What then? Well, Ruby said let's talk upstairs. I showed her the room. I've known these people since December. They know my situation. That I can't leave a paper trail. Ruby was the first one I told. She said she'd take care of this. It's what she does, you know? Take care of things. I helped her get the body to the bathroom. We used a belt to pull him up under the shower, to keep him upright. To mislead you, they were tampering with the body. To produce lividity matching a hanging. Yes. Така... I knew it. The coloring in his lower limbs looked faint. About half an hour had passed since the moment of death. You are late. The marks would be faint by that time. He makes a small pointing motion with his pen. It is meant for you. In honor of another precise forensic observation. Nice. Then what did you do? Ruby went outside to talk to Titus and the boys. I was just looking at Lely in the bathroom. I had to put his clothes back on, his armor too. It was tough, but I've seen him take it off and put on so many times. Took Ruby maybe half an hour to come back with Titus. I'd gotten him ready by then. They carried him out. I knew what they were going to do, make it look like a hanging. Ruby said they would. What did you do while they were hanging him? Ruby said to wait there. She said I wouldn't see her for a while, that we should lay low or something, so I did. Where is this Ruby now? I do not know. I haven't seen her since. We will need to take this question to the Hardy Boys. Много интересно, да. Коя е Руби и защо се грижи толкова много за нечий чужд проблем? When it happened, did you hear a gunshot? When he was shot? She thinks. I may have, I don't know. I couldn't hear anything over the glass exploding. The gunshot was that loud? Wasn't that loud? This is something to keep in mind when assessing the distance of the shot. Did you kill Lely? What? She gathers the last vestiges of her strength. Why would I put myself through this insanity? Get myself cornered like this? He wouldn't have died if it weren't for me. I know that. But I would never have hurt him. Някъде около него има оръжие все пак. He must have had a weapon nearby. Did you use that? No, I specifically asked him not to carry firearms when he was with me. He only had his stupid armor. The bullet in his head, it was jacketed, military grade. Who else here has a military rifle? I don't know, his friends have rifles, maybe those psychos did it. Coalition military have rifles. I'm not a munitions expert, and I did not shoot him. She might have been a tad disingenuous when she avoided talking about the bullet in his head before. You have lied to me about the bullet before, when I said he was shot. You said you were confused. I said I'm sorry. What more do you want me to say? I did my best not to lie. It didn't always work. Downstairs people have this crazy idea that you killed him. I'm sad to hear that. They must have said it in some fit of frustration or under pressure. They couldn't have meant it. I've talked to them after it happened. No one has implicated me. It's okay if you did it in self-defense.
I did not kill him to defend myself from rape, she says. I told you before, this isn't what happened. It's true, sire. Така, добре, поне за това не ме лъже. Could the people after you have killed him? That's the first thing that went through my head when I heard the glass break. And? I thought they'd found me. They've killed him to punish me. All last week I've tried not to talk to anyone or be seen with anyone, so they wouldn't be hurt. I've come to understand, however, this is paranoia. What happened didn't have anything to do with me. Either way, something to consider. We can't go after Luzcap. Not yet. There are others, saner leads. I don't ask you to, Lieutenant. If there's one thing I know, it's that you'll get nothing from there. Why did you call the cops if you're hiding? Because I'm an idiot. The answer comes fast, which is an indicator of truth. So you would have us believe, but you're not. You have to understand, the people around here, no one was making the call and he kept rotting, and they picked his clothes off and that little fucker threw stones at him. Her jaw is clenched, her throat moves. It takes all her strength not to cave in and sob once, just one time. He kept throwing stones at him for 3 days. I could hear the thud, thud. She shakes her head. So I called you. I hope with all my heart it's not the last thing I do in Revachol. Интересно, интересно. When was the window changed? Last week. Angus and Titus's brother, I think he's called Tibbs, took care of it. Така, добре. I think we're done for now. She's a flight risk. В момента буквално съзнанието ми се кара само със себе си дали тя трябва да бъде арестувана или не. Kim, why haven't we arrested her yet? There may be grounds here, at least for an extended detention. Little whimper. You know, I think you didn't make that call to the station. I did, she takes a step forward. What's this? I called your desk or whatever it is. The numbers are all over town. Call 802 for emergencies. There was an older woman on the other end. It sounded like she was smoking. She took my complaint. She coughed. This is the emergency desk number. But anyone could know that. What time did you make the call? Thursday night. It was late, sometime after 12. The lieutenant nods. It checks out. Anyone could know the number, and that someone coughed means nothing. But I know the time of the call too, she breathes in. I know I have not been 100% truthful with you officers, but I am now. She sounds like a 6th grader apologizing. Your real name is not Clausia Mondo, is it? I agree. The lieutenant turns to her. You wouldn't give us your real name, not when people are after you. Okay. Her voice cracks suddenly, like there's a garrote around her neck. Okay, what? Okay, it's not. Good, you can tell me the truth. You log your work every week. It's all transmitted to Kominzur. I could just beg you not to enter my name, so I lied. I couldn't just beg you to enter my name. Like I lied before, like I did at LCSB. I have to lie all the time. She looks at her hands, her fingernails a chipped white. I'm so tired of it. Was the passport bullshit too? The passport you kept hidden? No, it's submerged in a plastic buoy on the coast. In the reeds. It just doesn't say Classy Armando. It says Anouk Meyer-Smith. Hello. Falsified documents. Passport and visa. She nods. Given to me by my employer. I can't even use them. My employer probably leaked the name Meyer-Smith to hurt me. Why would they do that? I didn't show up to a rendezvous. They don't take that lightly. She rushes to explain. I didn't show up because I was afraid they'd do something to me. The job was finished. I'm just a liability now. Where's this boy? West of the boardwalk in the reeds on the coast there. She points towards a clump of ruins on the western horizon. I put it there when I first arrived. Haven't been there since. I'm not sure I could even find it now. It's useless. Aha. Dobra. Tell me your real name. It's Katarzyna Alasie. Wow. Katarzyna Alasie. The smile on her face is timid, almost painfully so. It's a grad name. Interesno. It also makes Classier almost an acronym for Katarina Alasie. Well, finally we meet, Catherine. What if I told you you're under arrest? But I haven't done anything. She backs up against the railing. Anything illegal. You misrepresented information about the case. Without Hardy's confession, we'd know nothing. Please, no. I think I know who did it, who shot Lily. I can tell you. I can help you. What do you know? Who shot him? She's silent for a second, as if looking into herself for certainty. Then, in a hushed voice, she says, Ruby. Why do you think it's her? She has this thing for me. Ever since I met her and the boys downstairs, she's been pretty frank about what she wants. What's that? Sex and more. I made the mistake of confiding in her. I told her I was on the run. She started protecting me. It became an unhealthy relationship. Нещата се задълбочиха в много нова посока. When I started spending time with Lily, she said in a near whisper, she told me to end it. Said there would be shit if I didn't. It was not a good meeting. We stopped talking after that, but... I don't understand. The lieutenant sounds incredulous. He still has the cuffs in his hand. What exactly in your relationship made you think she's romantically interested in you? She said she's in love with me. She even asked me to run away with her when I told her I'm a fugitive. She started developing notions about our relationship. And you led her on. A little. I was flattered, you know? But then I had to let her off, and it was not easy. I came to regret being friendly with her. We maybe kissed, nothing more. I don't know what to make of this. I know what it sounds like. That's why I didn't know what to tell you. I didn't want to tell you before. but she knew what had happened when I came downstairs. Somehow she knew Lily was dead. She wasn't surprised at all. When we came up, she was calm as a stone too. She cleaned it all up like she had a plan. When Ruby said there would be shit happening if you didn't end your relationship with the deceased, was she threatening you? She came over one night, drunk, said she'd turn my life into a living hell. I've been threatened before, so I can't tell when someone knows how to do it. And she's a pro, she must be, to keep the Hardys in line. I tried severing ties with her after that. I thought it worked, but... And how could she have killed him? The door that leads to the pinball workshop leads downstairs. She could have come to the roof. Aha! Интересен момент. Трябва да решим дали ще арестуваме. Да, много тежък разпит се случва, Кико. Arrest her ass. Нямам никаква идея дали е тя. Впрочем, виновната. And shit. Така. Това са ми трите варианта. Така ли излиза? And slow the extradition process. Проблемът е, че това ме лишава от Ким до края на деня и не знам дали няма да ми трябва за нещо. Добре, това беше интересен момент. Тук ще направя един твърд сейф, впрочем. И искам да проверя още нещо. Това е този Quick Save. Колко твърд? Много твърд. Най-твърдия сейф. Така.
Аз съм много тъп, бе. Аз изобщо не ползвах асансьора миналия път, май. Аз се качих по стълбите, нали? Empathy, hand-eye coordination. Damn. Голям сме детектив в момента. Найс. Добре. Footprints. Jackpot. The lieutenant takes out his notebook. These, unlike everything else here, are new. Someone's been here within the last week or two. 3 weeks maximum from the dust coverage. It could easily have been 1 week too. You know, officer? The Blue Door was a mega investigation after all. It has now converged with our main investigation, which I would say is quite large. So what does it all mean? It means someone snuck through what seems like a secure route behind Classier's room in the recent weeks. This may prove to be significant. Let's study the footprints. Така, от бутуши. One person has been here, gone back and forth. Oh fuck. Huh. Чакай. Това тотално променя някои неща. Изобщо няма да я арестувам тогава. Или най-малкото се надявам да ми даде нова посока на разговор с нея, защото това е всъщност доста значителна информация. Wait. Tiny hole in the wall. I think I can see Classier's bedroom in here. Hello? 1, 2, 3. Извинявам се. За секунда прекъсна. Но нета си е тук. Не знам защо. Сървър ли нещо сдаде багажа? Та, казах, че това е качествена нова информация, която получихме и се ядосам, че изобщо не съм минал през асансьора миналия път. Дори не знам как не ми е минало през ума да кликна на това нещо. Извинявайте, но ще трябва да прещакам този диалог втори път. Няма да го четем, така че ще мине доста по-бързо. Така, тези неща ги знаем. Така. Така. Тук разбираме за Руби. Тук разбираме за това как са го провесили. С идеята да изглежда като обесване. Така. Where's Ruby? Никой не иска да ни каже на този етап. Така, прещракваме това, че евентуално тя го е застреляла, но всъщност не е тя. Така. When was the window changed? Така. Разпитваме я за истинското ѝ име. Знаем къде са документите ѝ. Добре. Real name. Така. И сега я натискаме за Ruby. Добре. Евентуално да ни признае в крайна сметка. Обаче тук имаме допълнителна информация за стъпките в коридора, паралелен на нейната стая. И евентуално това да е някакво развитие на случая, което не знаехме преди малко. Така. Добре. And how could she have killed him? Я да видим тук. Дали ще излезе нещо ново? Не излезе нищо ново. Shit. Така. Така, нямаме нищо ново тук. Имаме някакъв godly чек с Shivers, който никой няма го направим. Но пък е white чек, така ще го тестваме. Ха-ха! Нищо не направих. Yeah! Браво на мен. Криминале. Абсолютно оранче. Супер много се заплете цялото нещо. Но има шанс, в крайна сметка, да разберем тази Руби. Коя е и къде е. И евентуално от нея вече да тръгне кълбото да се разплита. Той говори за филма. Аз говоря за този филм обаче. Случва се. Добре. Accept changes and close. Не. Стой. Стой. Трябваше да погледна прозорец. Я да го видим това прозорче. The golden light in my mind. The shot has just been fired. A ray cast from somewhere outside. Where does it come from? The roof outside. That's like cheating. Такива сме си ние, читери, до последно. With an antique weapon that fires military-grade ammunition, a Bell McGrave rifle. This is a good short distance, but not too short. The perpetrator aimed with their back against the railing, or possibly kneeling for precision. This would explain why it only took them one shot. The lights were on in here, outside it was dark. It was like shooting fish in an aquarium, a well-lit aquarium. The victim opened his mouth to let the bullet in. Neither of them would have been seen anything outside in the darkness, too busy with their own bodies. Could the shot have come from inside the room, from a closer point? Point X would contradict the woman's testimony, rendering the entire proposition void. These figures would be wiped out, detective. Any arguments against A prime, the roof? None that you found thus far, but that doesn't mean there aren't any. Could there have been other points of origin further away? That's a 28% yes. In this model, the shot could have come from a greater distance. Карамел влиза с трясък. The shot could have come from a wide angle of locations, starting with the northern edge of the abandoned boardwalk, ending with an islet in the bay. Let's call him B prime. Така. 700 метра. Skilled sniper could have made the shot, provided he was safe in a nest. We're talking military training. At this distance, the perpetrator would have had to take the wind direction into account. Land's End? The least likely of the position, 3% chance. A truly skilled sniper could have done it, possibly from a tent. Too far-fetched. The islet. 1 kilometer away. The fort is ruined, but the perpetrator may have found a stable spot on the beaches surrounding it, where the concrete crumbles into the sea, as you saw in the coin-operated viewer. The shot would have been a small miracle, 5% likelihood. Айде да питаме Ким какво мисли по въпроса. Добре. Интересно. Набелязахме си 3 възможни точки, откъдето е можело да дойде изстрел. Land's End, Boardwalk, Island. Но първо да си поговорим с Тайтъс. Снайперистки изстрели е имало. В крайна сметка, май да. Привет, Тайтъс.
It's you again. What is it?
Знаете ли, има неща, за които не сме си говорили с него. Guess what? I connected you to the local drug trade. Like hell you have. He leans back, unruffled. There's no local drug trade. This place is as clean as a rifle. Go back to Jamrock and ask the local junkies how clean your streets are in Precinct 41 Kilos. We'll do that. In the meantime, did you know that there's an abandoned lorry at the intersection that was used to move raw ingredients for drugs from Terminal B to Jamrock? Трябваше прекъсна за секунда. Прощавай, ама. Случва се. The person driving it was present at the hanging. It was one of you. We've connected the footprints. Detective, do you want to deliver the coup de grace? You're right. There's no local drug trade, except you. That's a mighty interesting theory. Titus rubs his jaw, smiling. I guess that's what you need to do, theoretically. A big, strong, state-run monopoly would outcompete the runs off the street. Yeah, man. Theoretically, that's what you would do. To get rid of the gangs, the dealers, even some of the junkies. You would need good, trustworthy people to take their place, of course. Hardy men to run such a monopoly, he grins. For the good of the community, of course. Yeah, but that just sends everyone else to Jamrock, doesn't it? You've just diverted the flow to Jamrock. You made this our problem. We haven't done anything. But theoretically, it has to be someone's problem, so it might as well be yours. He takes a sip out of his beer and smiles. I don't know, the big man says, swirling his beer can. I guess theoretical things don't make me emotional.
Now, I was sort of going to get my brewski on. And what about the Ruby? Is she the 8th Hardy who runs this thing for you? Uh-oh. You sure do love long walks through Theory Town, don't you? The big guy asks, straightening his cap. Well, I'm thirsty now. Thirsty for beer. Got any less theoretical questions, cop? He's practically saying yes. A yes to everything you said. This was good. Every little piece helps to put the big puzzle together. I talked to Joyce. The merc you hanged. His friends are coming for you. Yeah? He doesn't seem worried. By friends, you mean his squad mates from Cranell. Wouldn't want to beat up his grandma. There's a snickering in the room. Some of the men put their beers down. Yeah, they are forming some kind of tribunal. They're coming for you. This is what happens if you take the law in your own hands. Other people start doing it too. Let him come! Glenn yells across the cafeteria. The Hardy boys are right fucking here. You heard the man, right here. Titus points to the ground. We're armed, we got the whole district behind us, and Glenn is fucking crazy. Yeah, a whale-oiled murder machine. Elaine punches Blondie on the shoulder. Do you know that a single Cerase giant hornet can kill 40 bees a minute? The fuck is that supposed to mean? You're the bees, they're the hornet. We're not bees, we're men, we're socialists. Easy, he's trying to phase you. What are you trying to do, scare my men? The Cranell is bad news, you know that, right? Pfft. Titus sprays some beer. So were the local gangs, the fucking Barmy Army and the Madre scum. You've been out there, seen the any around? Yeah, where are they now, huh? Sent back to Madre in an airtight cargo crate. These people are trained military professionals. Special forces, as you said. They're not a gang or a Barmy army. No, they're not. They're uncoordinated and drunk. We know more about them than you think. They are also armed with automatic weapons. We got weapons of our own. He cracks open his vest to give you a glimpse of his holster. We got Easter 50s, Ziegler's, Glenn's got a knock cannon at home. Will they pierce ceramic armor? I guess we're gonna see, aren't we? That was unsure phrasing. See what that they don't? Yeah, like you've been up against ceramic armor. He takes a sip of beer to bide his time, then tries to get the last word in. You haven't even seen the whole suit, right? I've seen the whole fucking thing, and it didn't make him immortal. Joyce said they've gone rogue. Nobody's controlling them. A big fucking surprise, he mutters. They hire psycho scum, arm them to the teeth, and let them loose in the city. What do you think is gonna happen? Okay. What do you mean, okay? I mean, okay, you got one more gun on your side once I find mine, because I lost it. We don't need you, or your lost gun. We all have our guns. He almost splashes his beer at you. We'll just use those if it's okay with you. Lost gun or not, you are going to need help. We are offering it. Okay, I accept the offer, but I'll believe it when I see it. I talked to Clausier. Now I need to talk to Ruby. Why? He leans back and regards you with curiosity. A civil war is brewing, and the only way to prevent it is to solve the murder. That means talking to Ruby. Sounds like you want to push this steaming pile of shit on anyone, and now you've picked Ruby. Well, not on my watch you want. Ruby's one of us. We're not gonna throw her under your moral intern steamroller. Fuck that shit. And fuck you too, moral fag.
He throws a glance at Titus. At the last syllable leaves his lips. Ruby is missing. If you hide her from the police in a murder investigation, you become a suspect. You know how it works, guys. That's nothing. That's just legalese. You don't even have a sound theory. Titus crosses his arms. I don't want to be rude, but we're trying to get some R&R here. Think you could fuck off now? I think we'll keep sticking around, Titus. You'll be surprised at how quickly a theory presents itself, if you keep looking. 98%. Ако това беше фейлно вече, не знам. A sudden flash of lightning in your neocortex. The hostel cafeteria is lit by its eerie blaze. Floor plans, bullet trajectories, web of human emotion all channeled into a single thought. Why are you so sure Ruby didn't off him? Because she was here all night with us. He's cobbling together shit so he can put her away. It's Cop 101. She was here all night. The lieutenant ignores the tattooed man. 11:30 to 12:25. She was here during all that time. Yeah, with us, drinking, near the stage there. She didn't go to the bar for a drink. No. That's a lie. You know that's not the case. Alright, she took a fucking leak, okay? For a moment. Maybe went out too. She has an operation to run from her lorry. He points to the intersection. We're not getting into what operation that is, cop. Нече не знаем каква е операция. And just because she was gone for 5 minutes doesn't mean she magically got to the roof and shot him. I've been through this. It's not plausible. He's been through it. That means he's suspected her too. Alright, we're in. We got Ruby unaccounted for some time during the window. This was crucial. Now let's place her on the roof. You do agree the shot came from the roof, right? Why not? You can't draw a straight line into Classier's window from any of the surrounding buildings. Not from what I know about Martinez. Maybe from the coast, but like I said, I've been too busy dealing with you idiots, so no. I don't think it was a sniper. It was close up. There is a 72% chance that the bullet came from the roof. 72%. He picks up his beer. There's a percentage and all. Where'd you get it from? You guys in the lab? Definitely lie. The truth is not credible. I analyze. По-добре да го изложа май тук. Wouldn't hurt to have one of these in Martinez. Still, all the labs in the world don't put her on that roof. How did she get there? Climb? There is a secret route in the kitchen that leads straight to the roof. How? Titus looks sincerely curious. Through what looks like an abandoned pinball workshop. People say there was a pinball arcade there sometime before the hostel. Was that what it was called, Theo? East Delta Pinball Arcade. Weird place, went bankrupt. Okay, but... Titus looks around. How'd she get up? There's no room for a staircase in the building. Or an elevator, for that matter. The elevator is outside the building. It's an old dumbwaiter, used for moving pinball machines up and down from the workshop. And from... Good one, Kim. Thank you. The lieutenant is glad he got the floor plan right there. From there, a door leads straight to the roof. You can just step outside. Ruby could have gone up, shot him, come down, all under 7 minutes. It's quite the theory. He turns to Eugene. We need to have a look at that secret passage, boys. I'm on it, boss. Така. Добре. I also found footprints. Я да ги изтракаме всичките, впрочем. Това с Sample Artist какво е? I also found footprints upstairs in the old workshop. Footprints. He takes a sip on the beer. Recent? Looks tough, but there is a nervous twitch in the dark green eye. This is all too close to home for him. The tracks were recent, but not worn down in the right foot. Like Ruby's. It's best to omit this pesky little polemic now. Too confusing. Nod. A week or two. That close, huh? How fortunate. I'll take a thorough look at those prints myself before I believe that cop. He thinks for a moment, then nods and says, "Good news is I'm still listening. And guess what? Remember that key I found here? I don't like guessing, cop. No one does. It opens the steel door in the kitchen, the one that leads upstairs to the roof. This key," Kim looks at the hawthorn bush outside the window, "was right here with you all the time. You didn't find it, but Ruby did. That's how she got up there. Quit jumping to conclusions, Theo. Quit jumping to conclusions. Theo," he turns to the old man. "You took that key. Did it look like it was recently put there?" The real one was old, faded. It'd been there for 20 years at least. She could have made a copy. And then put it back? Why? He points at the key. "It's damn interesting you found it there, but it doesn't fit with Ruby, and you know it. It doesn't fit well, but it fits, and he knows it." Добре, може ли поне да се видим с тази Руби? Have we firmly established Ruby could have access to the roof where the man was shot? Firmly? Titus shakes his head. Firmly doesn't go well with could have. There's a route to the roof. Me and the boys need to check it out. That's what we've established. But A routes, he forms a gun with his hand, does not put a bullet in his head. A gun does that. And Ruby doesn't carry one. Така, трябва да намерим оръжието. Реално това е всичко, което липсва в момента. Май. Ако им покажем античната пушка, може би? Показвам им сега куршума. Така. Лол. Просто ми беше интересно какво ще ми кажат. Така, мотива. Какъв може мотив да е имала? Така. Какво още мога да изправя срещу тази Руби, че да ми кажат къде живее, да го вземат мътните? Time for a logics demonstration. Titus, let's assume you killed him. You're on thin ice here, asshole. It's a thought exercise, Titus. Kim explains, think, you kill him, get up there, shoot him, get down. Would you prefer to go on a trial with your men as a part of a lynch mob, or alone for cold-blooded murder? Alone. I don't drag my men into shit with me. She used us, and that's a serious violation of the Hardy Code, boss. But she didn't. This is fucking stupid, Titus. This and the queer thing, all of it. The blonde man looks around. Why aren't more of you defending her? This is fucking stupid, Titus. Glenn. Titus looks grim. I felt the same thing when she skipped town and left us in this shit. Uh-oh. Тя изобщо не е в града, така ли? Ти да видиш. And she skipped town. We need to talk to her, Titus. Come on. Така, я да видим сега. Yeah, I see it. Titus puts his beer down. There's one more thing I've been wondering about, ever since you asked me where she is. Add it to your list of suspicions if you want. I don't know. He smiles a peculiar smile. I don't know where she went. She just up and left. Got real scared, too. Wouldn't tell me where, however hard I asked. Wanna know why? Why? She was afraid I would tell you. He looks you straight in the eye. Maybe she was right. By now I probably would. She knew there's evidence on her, and she knew we'd find it. This is typical suspect behavior. Why fleeing is always incriminatory. Perhaps. Titus looks out of the window again. Ask her if you find her. It won't be easy though, she made sure of that. Добре, няма я от известно време насам, така ли? Така. Какво, Карамела? Ще разплетем ли убийството? Good fucking luck. Не може да отишла прекалено далеч обаче. Lizzie, the gardener. Huh. Градинарката. Реално тя ще се окаже, че е изпяла всичко. Cinder Block Town. Добре. Boyish. Red hair dyed. Looks like a lorryman. Така. Pale emitter. The fuck? Добре, имаме нови улики. И посока, в която да търсим потенциалната убийца. Мислейки си стигна до извода, че ако ходиш по улицата и се намериш портмоне, това е буквално Reverse Secret Santa. Стига вътре да няма лична карта. Да, всъщност. А намери ли портмоне, Мани? И аз никога не съм намирал, да. Добре, имаме някакъв напредък. И нова посока най-вече. Обратно на крайбрежието. Reaction speed. Добре. Намирал си точно 3 през живота си. Това не е никак малко вълче. Тук обаче наистина вече спирам. Че напредва времето, стана 7 часа. Той радия след половин час сигурно. Благодаря ви, че ми правихте компания и този следобед. Предполагам, че сме на финалната права, но отново спирам да правя прогнози, защото играта си е дългичка и подробна и много интересна. Лека вечер и до утре от мен.